The day I sold my algorithm for $2.3 billion was the same day Vertex Technologies fired me for underperformance. I watched from a corner table at Luciana's Café as their stock plummeted 43% in a single trading session, erasing $12 billion in market value in just 6 hours. My name is Meera Patel, and until 9:30 that morning, I had been the most undervalued asset at America's 5th largest tech company. "Miss Patel, your coffee." The waitress set down my cappuccino, artfully decorated with a leaf pattern in the foam. I thanked her and took a sip, savoring both the rich espresso and the moment. Through the cafe window, I could see Vertex's gleaming headquarters tower, 68 floors of glass and steel where I'd spent the last 7 years of my life. My phone buzzed with a Bloomberg alert. Rivian Dynamics acquires revolutionary AI framework from independent developer. Vertex Technologies shares in freefall. I smiled. The article wouldn't name me yet. That announcement would come tomorrow. For today, I was content to watch the chaos unfold anonymously. 7 years ago, I joined Vertex fresh out of MIT with a dual PhD in computational linguistics and machine learning. I had turned down offers from Google, Microsoft, and 3 promising startups because Vertex's CEO, Lawrence Chen, had personally recruited me, promising resources, creative freedom, and the chance to build something revolutionary. "We're going to change the world, Dr. Patel," he'd said, leaning across his immaculate desk, "and I want your mind to help us do it." For the first 3 years, Vertex kept its promises. I built an exceptional team, developed breakthrough natural language processing models, and delivered innovations that drove Vertex's AI assistant, Nexus, to market dominance. Then everything changed when Lawrence stepped down and the board appointed Edward Griffin as the new CEO. Griffin had come from a management consulting background, not tech. He believed in quantifiable deliverables and optimization metrics. Within months, he had transformed Vertex from a company that valued innovation into one obsessed with quarterly numbers. My first meeting with Griffin had been a harbinger of what was to come. "Impressive background, Dr. Patel," he said, not looking up from my personnel file. "But your department's expenditures are concerning. 27 researchers for speculative projects with no immediate commercial application." "These aren't speculative projects," I explained. "We're developing the next generation of machine learning frameworks that will revolutionize how AI systems understand context and nuance. The commercial applications are enormous, but the fundamental research needs—" Yes, he interrupted, finally looking up. "Everyone believes their project is revolutionary, but shareholders expect results now, not theoretical benefits someday." Within weeks, my research budget was cut by 60%. 5 of my most talented team members were reassigned to commercially viable projects, enhancing targeted advertising algorithms and developing surveillance systems for Vertex's government contracts. I fought back, securing meetings with board members, presenting data proving the long-term value of our research. For a while, it seemed to work. I was given a small team and modest resources to continue what I considered the most promising avenue of our work, an adaptive learning framework I called Synaptic. What Griffin didn't know, what no one at Vertex knew, was that I had been developing Synaptic on dual tracks. The official version, documented in Vertex's systems and shared with my team, was progressing steadily but unspectacularly. The version I worked on nights and weekends on my personal equipment was evolving into something extraordinary. It wasn't about stealing intellectual property. The fundamental research had been mine before I joined Vertex. The company owned specific applications and implementations, but not the core theoretical framework. I had been careful about that in my original contract, a detail that apparently no one in the current leadership had bothered to review. Synaptic was my life's work, an approach to machine learning that enabled AI systems to develop genuine contextual understanding rather than statistical approximations. In practical terms, it meant an AI that could truly comprehend human communication, including subtlety, emotion, and cultural context, rather than just mimicking understanding through pattern recognition. The implications were staggering. Medical diagnostic systems that could interpret not just symptoms, but their complex interrelationships. Financial models that could identify potential crises before traditional indicators appeared. Educational platforms that could adapt perfectly to each student's unique learning style. But Griffin couldn't see beyond the next quarterly report. To him, My work was a cost center, not an investment in the future. The situation deteriorated over the next 2 years. My team was gradually reduced to just 3 researchers. Our office space was relegated to a windowless area near the building's core. The message was clear. We were being slowly suffocated. Despite this, we made remarkable progress. Synaptic evolved from theory to functioning prototype. In private demonstrations, it outperformed every existing AI framework by orders of magnitude. It was time to present our breakthrough to leadership. I scheduled a demonstration for Griffin and the executive team, confident that once they saw what we created, they would understand its value. The morning of the presentation, I arrived early to find my keycard deactivated. At reception, I was directed to HR. "I'm afraid we're eliminating your position," Dr. Patel said. Vanessa Myers, the HR director who had recruited me 7 years earlier. She couldn't meet my eyes. "Mr. Griffin has determined that your research division hasn't met performance benchmarks." On her desk sat a termination package, 6 months severance in exchange for signing a comprehensive non-compete agreement and surrendering all claims to intellectual property developed during my employment. "May I at least present our findings to Griffin before this is finalized?" I asked. "We've achieved a breakthrough that will transform Vertex's market position." "Mr. Griffin has a very full schedule today," she replied, sliding the paperwork toward me. "He asked me to express gratitude for your contributions and to wish you well in future endeavors." I left the severance package unsigned on her desk, collected my personal belongings under security's watchful eye, and walked out of Vertex Tower for what I thought would be the last time. That night, I contacted Rivian Dynamics, Vertex's most formidable competitor. Its founder, Sophia Rivian, had been trying to recruit me for years. "I want to be absolutely clear," I told her during our midnight meeting at her penthouse office. "I'm not bringing any proprietary Vertex technology. What I'm offering is my own work, developed under the carve-outs in my original employment agreement." Sophia's legal team spent 2 weeks verifying my claims, reviewing my original contract with Vertex, and confirming that Synaptic's core architecture predated my employment there. When they finally gave the green light, Sophia didn't hesitate. $2 billion, plus performance bonuses and a 5-year research contract, she offered. "Complete creative control of a new division built around your framework. And we announce as soon as the paperwork is signed." We closed the deal at 8:30 a.m. on a Tuesday. At 9:30 a.m., as I sipped my coffee at Luciana's, Rivian's press release hit the wires. By noon, Vertex had lost more than a quarter of its market value. By closing bell, analysts were questioning whether the company could survive losing such a critical competitive advantage. My phone rang. Griffin's name appeared on the screen. "You had no right," he snapped when I answered, his voice tight with barely controlled rage. "That technology belongs to Vertex." "That's not what my contract says," I replied calmly. Section 12, Paragraph 3. Frameworks, algorithms, and theoretical models developed by Dr. Patel prior to employment remain her intellectual property. Synaptic was mine before I joined Vertex. I offered it to you first, remember? The presentation you were too busy to attend. "We'll sue. We'll tie this up in court for years. Your lawyers have already reviewed the documentation. That's why you're calling me instead of having them file an injunction." I paused, watching a group of Vertex employees exit the tower across the street, huddled together, faces concerned. News of the stock collapse had clearly spread. "You made a calculation, Edward. You decided my work wasn't valuable enough to support. That was your error, not mine." 3 months later, I returned to Vertex Tower, not as an employee but as its owner. Rivian Dynamics, with Synaptic as its crown jewel, had seen its valuation soar. With Sophia's backing, I led a hostile takeover of Vertex, whose stock had never recovered from its initial collapse. The boardroom where I had once pleaded for research funding now fell silent as I took the chair at the head of the table. Most of the faces were new. Griffin and his allies had been ousted weeks earlier, but a few veterans remained, including 2 who had supported my work in the past. "For those who don't know me, I'm Dr. Mira Patel," I began. "Some of you might remember me as the head of the Advanced AI Research Division. Others might know me as the reason Vertex's stock lost half its value in a single day last quarter." A nervous chuckle rippled through the room. "Today marks a new beginning for Vertex. We're returning to the principles that made this company great. long-term thinking, investment in fundamental research, and recognition that our most valuable assets are not our patents or our products, but our people. I detailed a reorganization plan that would integrate Vertex's existing technologies with Synaptic, creating a combined platform more powerful than either company could have developed alone. I announced increased research budgets, equity packages for key technical talent, and a new corporate structure that protected innovative teams from short-term financial pressures. After the meeting, as executives filed out, Lawrence Chen, the former CEO who had hired me 7 years ago, lingered behind. "I always knew you were brilliant, Mira," he said, shaking my hand. "But I never imagined this outcome." "Neither did I admitted. I would have been happy to build Synaptic here, to make Vertex the leader in next-generation AI." Griffin forced my hand. Lawrence nodded thoughtfully. "There's a lesson here about valuing what you can't immediately measure." Griffin saw your work as a cost because he couldn't quantify its potential. "The irony is that my algorithm could have predicted its own value," I replied. "It's designed to see patterns and connections that traditional metrics miss." 1 year later, the combined Vertex-Rivian entity unveiled the first commercial application of the Synaptic Framework, an AI system that revolutionized medical diagnostics, reducing misdiagnosis by 87% and enabling detection of conditions at far earlier stages than previously possible. Our stock soared to record highs. Additional applications in climate modeling, materials science, and education followed. I often think about Griffin, who now teaches at a business school, ironically including my story in his lectures on innovation management. According to former colleagues who've attended his talks, he frames my success as luck rather than the inevitable result of his short-sightedness. That's fine. I don't need his recognition. The world has seen what Synaptic can do, how it's transforming industries and solving problems once thought intractable. More importantly, I've built the research organization I always dreamed of, one where brilliant minds have the resources and freedom to pursue breakthrough innovations without constant justification to people who lack the vision to see beyond the next quarter. Sometimes revenge isn't about proving someone wrong. Sometimes it's about proving yourself right on such a massive scale that history itself becomes your vindication. On the anniversary of my firing, I returned to Luciana's Café and sat at the same corner table. Through the window, Vertex Tower, now emblazoned with our new combined logo, gleamed in the morning sun. I ordered a cappuccino and watched as employees streamed into the building, many wearing the company t-shirts from our recent hackathon. My phone buzzed with a notification. Our medical diagnosis system had just received regulatory approval in the European Union, opening a market of 450 million people. Another buzz followed, a message from Sofia congratulating the team. The waitress placed my coffee on the table, the same leaf pattern decorating the phone. Some things hadn't changed, but as I looked up at the tower where I had once been deemed expendable, I couldn't help but smile at all the things that had. In the end, Griffin had been right about one thing. Business is about calculation. He had just been using the wrong algorithm.
Go fuck yourself in there, parasite.
The one who spat those words at me was my own daughter, Natalie. She twisted her lips into a cruel smirk, one that no child should ever direct at their own mother. Standing beside her, grinning just as maliciously, were my husband, Daniel, and his mother, Patricia. This had been my life ever since I married into this family. Daniel and Patricia worked together to torment me, using me as their personal punching bag to relieve their daily stress. To them, I was just a convenient target, and I had been shoved into this tiny storage room. Even Robert, the only person who had ever been on my side, was gone. I was doomed to live out the rest of my days in humiliation, trapped in this house of nightmares. At least, that's what Daniel and Patricia thought. But reality had other plans. After this, because of a certain action I took, Daniel and Patricia would soon find themselves in their own personal hell. My name is Emma Carter, and I'm a 43-year-old part-time homemaker. I'm average looking, have a typical build, and my academics and athletic abilities are just about average. I'm just an ordinary person you find anywhere. The college I attended was also pretty standard, and after spending 4 uneventful years there, I landed a job at a mid-sized local company. It's peaceful and all, but life feels kind of boring without any excitement. Honestly, I should have been grateful just to have secured a job during an economic downturn, but at the time, I was getting tired of my predictable daily routine. Then one day, the company entered its busy season, and as part of the accounting department, I found myself working overtime almost every day. That day, I stayed late again, and as I dragged my exhausted self toward the station, I suddenly noticed something. Oh, I hear a guitar. Curious, I followed the sound and spotted a man performing a street gig in a small plaza near the station. That man was none other than Daniel, who would later become my husband. From then on, Daniel continued playing street gigs near the station from time to time. One day, I finally gathered the courage to talk to him. I had always been intrigued by Daniel's unconventional way of life. Things progressed smoothly from there, and before I knew it, we were dating.
My self-produced CDs are selling really well. I think I'll try taking them to a record label soon.
Daniel dreamed of making it big and would constantly write songs, bringing them to record labels in hopes of getting signed. I quietly supported him from the sidelines, believing in his dream. And then, 1 year after we met, Daniel came to me with exciting news.
Someone from a record label offered me a debut. My dream is finally coming true.
Really? That's amazing, Daniel. Congratulations. A record label had reached out to him after he submitted his music, offering him a chance to debut. After celebrating for a moment, Daniel suddenly got serious and looked me in the eye.
Emma, thank you for always supporting me. If you're okay with someone like me, would you stay by my side forever?
Wait, does that mean?
Yeah. Emma, will you marry me?
I was overjoyed and immediately said yes to his proposal. With both our wedding and his major debut lined up, we were living in pure happiness. But then, everything took a sudden turn. The record label that had promised Daniel his debut went bankrupt due to financial struggles. Along with it, his dream of making it big disappeared. He tried submitting his music to other record labels, but none of them even gave him a second glance. Eventually, Daniel gave up on his music career.
Considering my age, it's probably best to call it quits now.
When I was 27 and Daniel was 29, he made the tough decision to let go of his dream. After that, he found a job at a regular company. It was disappointing that he couldn't achieve his dream, but having a stable job and a steady life wasn't so bad either. Maybe it's time for us to start thinking about having kids.
Yeah, you're right. Let's build a happy family together.
However, Daniel wasn't the type to stick with a job for long. Not even 6 months after starting at a company, he quit.
Sorry. I just couldn't handle my boss constantly picking on me.
It's okay. I just hope you find a better place next time. At first, I tried to be supportive. But after that, he kept quitting job after job. Every time, it was something his boss was too harsh. The workload was too heavy. Every time Daniel quit a job, he had an excuse. But after so many job changes, I started to wonder if the real issue was his personality. And then, I found out I was pregnant. I had always wanted a child, but with Daniel's unstable work situation, I couldn't help but feel anxious about bringing a baby into this life. Now that we're having a baby, you need to stick with your job this time, okay?
I know. I get it.
But just a month after I found out I was pregnant, Daniel quit his job again. Enough already. My paycheck alone isn't enough to cover rent and living expenses. At this rate, I won't be able to properly raise this baby. Until now, I had never gotten this angry when Daniel quit his jobs. But this time was different. His reckless choices weren't just affecting me anymore. They were impacting our unborn child too. I needed him to understand that, so I scolded him harshly.
I'm sorry.
Daniel looked down, sulking after my outburst. Then suddenly, he lifted his head and blurted out a suggestion.
If paying rent is so tough, why don't we move in with my parents? Your folks live far away, but mine are less than an hour's drive from here.
If you just held down a steady job, we wouldn't have to do that. I said it out loud, but my mind was already racing with another thought. If this situation keeps up, my savings will eventually run out. If I want to give our baby a stable life, relying on Daniel's parents might be the only realistic option. To be honest, I don't like the idea of living with them, but at this point, I might not have a choice. And so, we moved in with Daniel's parents. But that decision only led to even more trouble.
Emma, this spot is still dirty. Just because you're pregnant doesn't mean you can slack off.
Daniel's mother, Patricia, was incredibly strict with me. Actually, strict wasn't the right word. It was straight up bullying. I looked at the dirty spot she was pointing at. There was nothing there except a single strand of hair. I'll clean it now. I couldn't help but think, if she noticed it, why doesn't she just clean it herself? But I kept quiet and did as Patricia said. One time, I tried pushing back just a little, but Patricia completely lost it, raging in a way that was honestly shocking. If it were just me, I wouldn't care, but I had a baby growing inside me. If she ever lost control and laid a hand on me, my child could be in danger. That day, Patricia was so furious that if things had escalated just a little more, she might have actually hit me. Because of that, I've kept my mouth shut and just obeyed her ever since.
You're such a useless daughter-in-law.
Even when I obediently did as she asked, Patricia still found something to complain about. She only complained to me and did none of the housework.
Emma, ever since you moved in, our house has been so much cleaner. And your cooking is great. But are you okay? You're not overworking yourself, are you?
The only saving grace in this household was Daniel's father, Robert. He was usually busy with work and wasn't home much, but whenever we saw each other, he always spoke kindly to me. More than that, Patricia would act more restrained in his presence, so just having him around was a relief. Well, I'm totally fine, but you should take care of yourself too, Robert. I had considered confiding in Robert about Patricia's mistreatment more times than I could count. But I didn't want to burden him with this kind of thing when he was already busy with work. Besides, every time he came home, he looked completely drained. I just couldn't bring myself to tell him that his wife was bullying me. Well, I guess as long as I can just brush it off, it'll be fine. After 6 months of living there, I had gotten used to this life. Around that time, I gave birth to a healthy baby girl.
I was hoping for a boy.
That was Patricia's reaction, but despite her comment, our daughter, Natalie, grew up happy and healthy. Even Daniel seemed to have turned over a new leaf after Natalie was born. His latest job was the longest he had ever kept. But the chaos wasn't over yet. Oh, I fell asleep. Wait, where's Natalie? After so many sleepless nights from taking care of Natalie's crying, I was completely exhausted. I had dozed off for a bit, and when I woke up, my baby who had been sleeping right next to me was gone. Where is she? I frantically searched the entire house, but Natalie was nowhere to be found. Just then, Patricia, who had apparently gone out, came back home.
I'm home.
Patricia, I can't find Natalie anywhere. Wait, what? I rushed over to Patricia in a panic. And there, in her arms, I found Natalie fast asleep. As I stood there, stunned, Patricia casually handed her over to me, as if nothing had happened.
My friend wanted to see Natalie's face, so I took her to visit.
She said it so nonchalantly, but I couldn't hold back my outrage. You took her out without my permission.
Why would I need your permission? She's my granddaughter.
Before she's your granddaughter, she's my daughter. What if something had happened while you were out? Would you take responsibility? All the mistreatment I had endured from Patricia, I had never reacted this angrily before. For the first time, she actually looked a little flustered.
Geez, you're overreacting.
She huffed and hurried inside the house. But after that, Patricia kept trying to take Natalie out without asking or feed her things a baby couldn't eat. Luckily, because I kept a close eye on her after that incident, none of the attempts were made. However, since she couldn't do whatever she wanted with Natalie, she started taking her frustrations out on Daniel instead.
Hey, don't you think you're being too harsh on my mom? You should try being nicer to her.
One day, Daniel, who didn't lift a finger to help with the housework or child rearing, had the audacity to lecture me. She's the one being harsh. Just the other day.
Stop. I don't want to hear it. I'm exhausted from work. Unlike you, who just sits around at home all day.
I wasn't just sitting around. I was the one handling everything in the house because Patricia refused to do any chores. She never helped with raising Natalie either, so I had to do it all on my own. But no matter how much I explained, Daniel would never understand how hard it really was. After that, he started nagging me about everything. I can't rely on Daniel. If I stay here any longer, my stress is going to break me. Maybe if I find a daycare and go back to work, I won't have to see Patricia as much. Robert was the busiest person in the house, so I couldn't rely on him either. I searched for a daycare on my own, enrolled Natalie, and returned to work.
These days, moms just dump their kids on others and call it parenting.
That's what Patricia said when I went back to work, but I ignored her. In the midst of all this, Daniel quit his job again, so in a way, it was good timing for me to return to work. Even while unemployed, Daniel didn't bother helping with housework or parenting. He just lazed around while Patricia never criticized him, only nitpicking everything I did. Despite the toxic environment, Natalie continued to grow up happy and healthy. Before I knew it, she was in middle school. But lately, she hardly spoke to me. She only talked to Patricia and Daniel.
Natalie is much closer to us.
Patricia said that with a smug smile as I sat alone in the house, completely isolated. Instead of easing up, her bullying had only gotten worse. She openly insulted me in front of Natalie now. Natalie just watched in silence, showing no reaction.
You're on my side, aren't you, Natalie?
Yeah.
Patricia had completely turned Natalie against me, and she seemed happier than ever. I couldn't say anything. I could only watch from the sidelines. I thought things couldn't possibly get any worse, but bad events just kept piling up.
Hey Emma, did you take my suit to the dry cleaners?
No, you never asked me to.
I told you I have my class reunion tomorrow. Of course I need my suit. You're so useless.
Lately, Daniel had started speaking to me the same way Patricia did. He still jumped from job to job and was now working part-time at a nearby factory. He spent every last cent of his paycheck on himself, never contributing a dime to the household. How much longer can I keep living like this? I muttered under my breath, but no one was listening. The thought of spending the next several decades in this house filled me with dread. I desperately wanted to change my life, but I had no idea how. So, I just endured each day. But then, that day came, suddenly and without warning. One day, Robert suddenly collapsed at work and never came back. The cause was his heart failure. He had never been in the best health, and the sudden cold snap combined with his workload had put too much strain on his body. It's too soon, Robert. I was the one who handled all his funeral arrangements by myself. Patricia and Daniel dumped all the troublesome tasks on me, not lifting a finger to help. With Robert gone and no one left on my side, even more misfortune came my way.
I'm turning your room into my personal storage space.
What? One day, Patricia suddenly announced this and made me pack up my things. Well, where will my new room be?
This one.
She led me to a tiny, cluttered storage room. It was about the size of a small walk-in closet that she had been using before.
I used to keep stuff here, but I ran out of space.
When I turned to look at her, she was smirking with a nasty grin. I stood there, stunned, when Daniel and Natalie walked in.
Oh, moving to a new room? It's small and cramped, just like you.
Daniel laughed at me like it was some kind of joke. That smirk, it's just like Patricia's.
Hey, Natalie, say something to her.
She stared at me for a moment, then slowly curled her lips into a sneer.
Go fuck yourself in there, parasite.
Patricia and Daniel burst into laughter at her words.
Natalie, don't make me laugh.
Where do you even learn stuff like that?
Cackling with crude laughter, the three of them walked away from the storage room. I stood there, staring at their backs in stunned silence. What am I supposed to do with my stuff? With everything I owned, there was no way I could fit it all in that tiny room. But if I left my things in the hallway, Patricia or Daniel might just throw them out. I somehow managed to cram everything into the tiny space and sat down with a sigh. Then, a small envelope slowly slid under the closed door.
Mom, read this.
Natalie's voice came from the other side. I quickly grabbed the letter and opened it.
The plan will be executed in 3 days.
That was all it said. All right. I whispered my response softly. 5 days later, Patricia and Daniel had been traveling together since 3 days before.
Now that we're getting Robert's inheritance, why don't we splurge on a nice vacation?
It hadn't even been that long since Robert passed, yet Patricia made the suggestion with an excited smile. Of course, the only ones she was inviting were Daniel and Natalie. As they chatted in the living room, I silently cleaned up after everyone's dinner in the kitchen.
Oh, sounds good. I've been wanting to relax and unwind for a while now.
Unwind from what? It's not like you actually work. But no one called him out on it.
A trip, I'll pass.
Oh, why's that?
I have a big competition coming up for my club. I need time to practice, so you two go ahead without me.
Natalie smiled as she spoke, and Patricia and Daniel nodded approvingly.
You're so responsible, Natalie, unlike some people.
Good luck with your training. We'll bring back lots of souvenirs for you.
Thanks, I'm looking forward to it.
And with that, Patricia and Daniel left for their 2-day trip. Today was the day they were supposed to return. But no matter how long I waited, neither of them showed up. Instead, my phone rang. It was Daniel. Hello?
Where the hell are you?
He shouted so loudly that I immediately pulled the phone away from my ear, wincing. Geez, don't yell. You're annoying. I'm hanging up.
I asked you where you are.
Daniel completely ignored what I said and just kept yelling. I let out a long, exaggerated sigh before telling Daniel where I was. Where am I? At my temporary apartment. Not giving you the exact address, though. That's right. I wasn't at his parents' house anymore. I had moved into a monthly rental apartment far away from their place. While Patricia and Daniel were off enjoying their vacation, I packed my things and left. And I didn't leave alone.
Mom, what's wrong?
I had moved into this apartment with my daughter, Natalie.
I just heard Natalie's voice. And her stuff is gone too. I knew it. You kidnapped her. Give her back. What the hell are you thinking?
Daniel's relentless shouting exhausted me. Seeing my frustration, Natalie took the phone from me.
Dad, calm down.
Natalie, are you okay?
His words made it sound like I was some kind of kidnapper, and it irritated me. But Natalie, completely calm, responded coolly.
That's a weird question. Of course I'm fine. But I need to talk to you. Meet me at the cafe by the station tomorrow. Bring Grandma too.
Natalie hung up without waiting for his response. Then, she turned to me with a gentle smile.
It's almost over.
Yeah, it is. The smile she gave me now was completely different from the one she wore the day she helped push me into that tiny storage room. It was warm, free of any malice. The next day, Natalie and I sat at the designated cafe, waiting for Patricia and Daniel. About 10 minutes past the scheduled time, they finally walked in. As soon as they spotted me, their faces twisted with rage, and they stormed over.
Hey, what the hell do you think you're? Wait.
Hey, who's that guy?
Patricia pointed at the man in a suit sitting next to me. The man calmly stood up, pulled out a business card, and introduced himself.
Nice to meet you. I'm Sam Thompson, an attorney. The late Robert was a great help to me during his time.
The word attorney made Daniel and Patricia's eyes widen. Sam's next words were so shocking that both of them looked like they were about to jump out of their seats.
Robert's entire inheritance will be given to this young lady, Natalie.
Wait a minute. As his wife, I'm supposed to get everything.
Patricia, shocked but desperate, pressed Sam for answers. Without changing his expression, He simply stated the facts.
Robert left a will. In it, he clearly stated that all his assets would go to Natalie. I was once the corporate attorney for his company, and during that time, he helped me a great deal. Even after I left that position, we remained in contact, and one day, he asked me to draft his will.
Daniel and Patricia were stunned into silence, taking in what they had just heard. After a long pause, it seemed they finally grasped the reality of the situation.
I had no idea he left a will. I have a lot to say about that, but we'll deal with it later. More importantly, did you already know about this? Is that why you kidnapped Natalie?
Kidnapped? Don't be ridiculous. This was planned long ago. Natalie and I carefully prepared everything before leaving that house.
What?
Daniel's voice came out weak, his face utterly confused.
You planned this with Natalie? What are you talking about? She was on our side.
I don't remember ever being on your side. I've always been on Mom's side.
That's right. Natalie had never been one of them. She had been my ally all along. From a young age, Natalie questioned why Patricia treated me so badly. One day, she asked her directly,
Grandma, why are you so mean to Mom?
Patricia responded without hesitation.
Your mom is a very bad person. That's why I have to scold her, to turn her into a better person.
Natalie was still little, so she believed Patricia's words. But as she grew older, she started realizing that what Patricia was doing was nothing but bullying. Determined, Natalie tried to confront her again.
You know, I've been thinking about this for a while. You really need to stop Grandma.
Patricia's expression twisted into something terrifying.
So you're on her side?
Natalie was so shaken by the sheer intensity of Patricia's glare that she couldn't say another word. When Patricia got angry, there was no reasoning with her. Even though she was getting older and weaker, Natalie was still just a kid. If Patricia ever lost control, it would be easy for her to hurt her. Having witnessed this firsthand, I later pulled Natalie aside when Patricia wasn't around and asked her to do something for me. Natalie, don't act close to me when Patricia is around. If you stay on her good side, you'll be safe.
But
It's okay. I don't mind. And so, Natalie started acting distant toward me in front of everyone. Sometimes, when Patricia pressured her, she even insulted me against her will. But in her heart, she was always apologizing to me.
But if this keeps up, Mom will just keep getting hurt.
After struggling with it for a long time, Natalie finally decided to tell Robert about it when she was in middle school. At first, Robert didn't believe her. After all, Patricia and Daniel always acted perfectly normal around him.
Please, Grandpa, you have to believe me.
Natalie pleaded with him desperately. Because Robert was always busy with work, he was hardly ever home, and they rarely talked. To him, Natalie was his beloved granddaughter, but to her, he was the most distant family member. She had never spoken to him so emotionally before. Seeing the look on her face, Robert understood that this was serious.
I see. All right. I believe you, Natalie.
Really?
Yes. I'll see if there's something I can do.
Robert trusted Natalie's words, but he wanted to see it with his own eyes. So, he secretly set up cameras around the house. And that's when he witnessed Patricia and Daniel hurling insults at me. When Patricia and Daniel were out, Robert called Natalie and me over and apologized.
I'm so sorry I didn't realize this sooner. Emma, you need to divorce Daniel. I'll support you.
But I shook my head. If I divorce Daniel, I'll have to leave you behind, Robert. And I can't bear that. Besides, no offense, but Patricia doesn't do any housework, does she? I want to keep taking care of the household and supporting you.
Emma,
I don't want to be apart from you either. If Mom and Dad get divorced, of course, I'll go with Mom. But that would mean I'd be separated from you, Grandpa. I don't want that.
Robert thought about her words for a while. Then, he made a surprising decision.
all right. Then I'll leave my entire inheritance to Natalie.
What? But why?
It may not be enough to make up for all the trouble I've caused, but I want you to have it. Honestly, after seeing how terribly Patricia and Daniel treat Emma, I've completely lost any respect for them. I don't want them to get a single cent of my inheritance.
Then, he smiled gently and continued.
Emma has been saving money responsibly, so she doesn't really need my inheritance. I'll have my lawyer handle the paperwork, but if I say I'm leaving it to my daughter-in-law, people might start asking unnecessary questions. Not that I think my lawyer would do anything like that, but still. Besides, publicly, it makes more sense for my inheritance to go to my granddaughter rather than my son's wife.
Hearing his reasoning, I nodded in agreement. Since Daniel barely worked and never contributed to household expenses, money was always tight. However, I had been working hard, and my salary had gradually increased. I didn't waste any extra money and put everything I could into savings. So as Robert said, I had built up a decent amount of savings. Besides, thinking about our future, even if I were to receive Robert's inheritance, I wouldn't end up using much of it. I would eventually pass it down to Natalie anyway. In that case, it made more sense for her to inherit it from the start. That's how it was decided. Robert's inheritance would go to Natalie.
I'll talk to the lawyer myself and get the will drafted as soon as possible. But just in case something happens, would it be all right if I gave the lawyer your contact information, Emma?
Robert's question made me hesitate. Patricia often snooped through my phone. If the lawyer ever contacted me, Patricia would definitely get suspicious.
In that case, just give them my number. My phone isn't being spied on.
At Natalie's suggestion, we decided to use her phone as the emergency contact instead of mine. Then, after Robert passed away, on the day I was forced into that tiny storage room, Natalie received a call from Sam.
All the necessary procedures are complete. We can move forward whenever you're ready. What would you like to do?
After receiving that message, Natalie slipped me a note saying the plan would be carried out in 3 days. We waited for Patricia and Daniel to leave for their trip and used that opportunity to move out. Alongside the chaotic move, we coordinated with Sam to finalize everything. Now, with all the preparations complete, we were finally sitting across from Patricia and Daniel. And that's the full story. After hearing the entire truth from me, the two of them sat there in stunned silence, unable to believe what they had just heard. Patricia was the first to snap back to reality. She immediately turned to me and started screaming.
This is unbelievable. You're not getting a dime of the inheritance, and you're definitely not taking Natalie. If you want to leave, then go alone.
But before I could respond, Natalie fired back without hesitation.
There's no way I'm living with you and Dad. You two can enjoy each other's company. I'm leaving with Mom.
Patricia stood frozen, completely caught off guard by Natalie's firm words. Then, I turned to Daniel, who was still sitting there in shock. Just so we're clear, I'm divorcing you. With Robert gone, there's no longer any reason for me to stay married to you. The only reason I hadn't divorced Daniel earlier was because I didn't want to be separated from Robert. But now, with that reason gone, there was only one option left for me: divorce.
Wait. No, please. Think this through.
Daniel, finally realizing just how bad his situation was, panicked and raised his voice. After Robert's passing, Daniel had quit his job again. He had assumed that with Robert's inheritance, he wouldn't need to work ever again. But now, without that money, finding a new job would be nearly impossible, especially with his long history of quitting.
That's right. Think it over, Emma. Are you really going to abandon us?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I answered without hesitation, and Patricia stared at me like she couldn't believe what she was hearing. I let out a sigh, making no effort to hide my exasperation. Patricia, you've been tormenting me for years. Of course, I hate you. And Daniel, not only did he turn a blind eye to your bullying, but he started joining in. I hate both of you. Why would I go out of my way to help people I despise? I'll gladly walk away and leave you behind. Patricia's face turned pale, and cold sweat started forming on her forehead. Beside her, Daniel was visibly shaking. This is nothing more than the consequences of your own actions. If you had been decent people, this wouldn't have happened. Back then, I had been drawn to Daniel precisely because he wasn't ordinary. But now, I understood. Being ordinary is something truly wonderful. It just took me far too long to realize it. If you've got a problem with this, go hire a lawyer. Not that you have the money or resources for that. My words must have been the final blow. Patricia and Daniel's faces went completely blank, drained of all emotion. The two of them could do nothing but sit there in shock, looking like empty shells. Leaving them behind in their daze, we walked out of the cafe. I left the divorce and inheritance proceedings in Sam's hands. Daniel initially tried to contest the divorce, but when Sam responded with, "Shall we take this to court?" he quickly backed down and agreed to it. And with that, I was finally free. I didn't ask Daniel for child support. Natalie refused it.
If we accept child support, that means I'd have to see Dad, right? I never want to see him again. I don't want to think of someone who enjoyed bullying Mom. And of course, I never want to see Grandma either. I won't even attend her funeral, so don't expect me to.
When we met with Daniel and Patricia for the last time at Sam's law office, they broke down in tears, desperately begging Natalie to stay.
Emma, say something.
Please, Emma.
But I coldly rejected them. I'm not interfering with Natalie's decision. And besides, didn't I tell you? I hate both of you. Why would I ever grant a favor to people I despise? That was the end of it. Even after Natalie and I left the law office, the two of them reportedly just sat there in silence, crying. With Robert's inheritance gone and me, their only source of income, out of the picture, their lives quickly fell into financial ruin. Daniel managed to find a part-time job, but his wages weren't nearly enough to support both of them. Eventually, they were forced to sell the house. I have no idea where the two of them are or what they're doing, and I have no interest in finding out. But one thing I do know, they're not living a good life. Meanwhile, Natalie and I moved from our temporary apartment into a small, cozy house. It was the perfect size for the two of us, and it even had a garden. As I looked out at the spacious yard, a memory of Robert came to mind.
I really like tulips. They push through the soil and bloom beautifully after surviving the harsh winter. I've always wanted to grow them once I retire.
I love tulips too. If you start gardening, can I help?
Of course. I'd love that. I can't wait for that day.
I never got to fulfill my dream of gardening with Robert, but both Natalie and I hold on to the many warm memories we made with him. Someday, Natalie and I will plant tulips in our garden, just like Robert always wanted.
2 years ago, my daughter Megan married Ryan, an elite corporate employee. However, as time passed, Megan gradually lost her energy. When I called to check on her, I discovered that Ryan had stripped her of her freedom. As I was working on a plan to help her, one day, Ryan suddenly showed up at my house with a massive cardboard box. After letting him inside, he turned to the box and spoke.
"All right, you can come out now."
To my shock, Megan emerged from inside.
"You used to be cute before we got married, and I thought you'd be obedient, so I married you. But turns out, you're just useless woman."
Ryan grabbed Megan's arm and shoved her roughly toward me.
"Someone making $7,000 a month like me doesn't need a wife like her. I'm returning her."
All right then, as of today, you're fired. Ryan's eyes went blank.
"What?"
Megan looked at me with uncertainty, but I gave her a reassuring nod. Ryan had taken away her freedom and done whatever he pleased. If Megan is too kind to punish him, then I'll be the one to make him pay. I'm Kim, a 52-year-old housewife. I got married at 25, and the following year, I gave birth to my daughter, Megan. My husband and I had a busy but happy life together. But when Megan was 5, my husband passed away from a heart attack. After his funeral, I was completely lost for a while, but seeing Megan's innocent smile reminded me that I had to be strong and raise her well. I changed my job and became a full-time employee. With the help of my parents and in-laws, who lived nearby, I worked as hard as I could. Eventually, Megan told me she wanted to be a great cook like me and enrolled in a culinary school. After graduating, she started working as an assistant at a cooking class. I used to cook a lot of hassle-free meals, you know.
But no matter how busy you were, you always woke up early to make my lunch. That meant so much to me.
Her words made me happy, but at the same time, I felt guilty. I had been so caught up with work that I often left her feeling lonely, so making those lunches and preparing for special events was my way of making it up to her. When Megan moved out on her own after getting her job, I felt like my loneliness would crush me. But I reminded myself that I had to support her as she worked hard to build her future. 3 years after Megan had become independent, she called me one day with an announcement.
Actually, I'm seeing someone.
Who?
He proposed to me, so I'd love for you to meet him.
I was so shocked that I couldn't respond right away. She never once showed any signs of having a boyfriend. All right, bring him over this weekend.
Thank you. I'll do that.
I could hear the relief in Megan's voice. As far as I knew, this was her first relationship since she had attended an all-girls school. Excited, I looked forward to meeting Megan's partner. However, when the day finally came, I found myself feeling more than a little conflicted. Megan's partner, Ryan, was 10 years older than her. He was 33 years old. He was tall, good-looking, and worked as a manager at a prestigious company. Apparently, Ryan had attended a singles event held at the cooking school where Megan worked and had fallen for her at first sight. To win her over, he even signed up for cooking classes and kept pursuing her. Eventually, Megan gave in and agreed to go on a date with him 6 months later. After seeing each other a few times, they officially started dating. Megan seemed completely smitten with Ryan, but something about his attitude rubbed me the wrong way.
Megan is totally helpless without me. You really need to get it together.
Even though he was joking, he always spoke to her in a condescending way.
Kim, which college did you attend?
That was the first thing he asked me after we introduced ourselves. Feeling a little caught off guard, I answered truthfully. His eyebrow twitched slightly, as if he hadn't expected my response, but he quickly acted like it was no big deal.
Oh, I see. So unlike Megan, you actually have a college degree. Well, it's still below mine though.
Oh, but you know. He curled his lips into a smirk.
Honestly, women shouldn't be too educated. They get all opinionated and annoying.
What? I frowned, but he just put his arm around Megan's shoulder and flashed a bright smile.
She can't do anything without me. That's why Megan is so cute.
That statement made me tilt my head. After losing my husband at a young age and becoming a single mother, I taught Megan all the household chores from an early age. I made sure to teach her things schools don't cover, like managing money and understanding taxes, so she could live on her own even if I weren't around. There was no way she was incapable of doing anything.
So, Kim, now that your daughter is marrying an elite like me, she'll have a secure future. I'll take good care of her, so I look forward to your support.
Seeing Megan's happy smile and the sparkling diamond engagement ring on her left hand, all I could do was force a strained smile in return. That night, I held back the urge to call, not wanting to interrupt their date. Instead, I waited until the next morning, around the time Megan would be waking up, to reach out. "Megan, are you really going to marry him?" Skipping the usual morning greetings, I asked straight away. She responded as if it were the most obvious thing in the world.
Of course. Ryan is a gentleman. He's handsome, and most importantly, he truly cherishes me. His confidence is so attractive.
I had to admit, Ryan seemed experienced with women. On top of that, he worked for a top company, meaning he was financially secure. His arrogance and habit of boasting about his education were off-putting, but if he truly cared for Megan, maybe I should let it slide. All right, if he's the one you chose, I'll trust your decision.
Thank you, Mom.
Hearing the excitement in her voice, I couldn't help but smile as I ended the call. A year later, Megan and Ryan had a beautiful wedding. They pooled their savings and bought a condo about a 30-minute drive from my house. Not wanting to intrude on their newlywed life, I resisted the urge to visit. Instead, I kept in touch with regular calls and messages to check in on her. At first, she would respond with cheerful messages, but after a while, she started leaving my texts on read without replying. "You don't seem like yourself. Is something wrong? Are you feeling okay?"
No, I'm fine.
I brought up something that had been bothering me for a while. "Megan, just because you're a stay-at-home wife now doesn't mean you have to do all the housework alone. At least have Ryan help out on his days off."
That's impossible.
She sounded completely resigned.
Women are supposed to take care of the house, right? Besides, Ryan is supporting me financially. The least I can do is keep everything perfect and take care of him.
It felt like she had been completely brainwashed by him. I started to worry and quickly asked, "Be honest, didn't you want to keep working as a cooking class assistant? Quitting just because you got married seems so outdated." Before she could answer, I heard Ryan's voice in the background, barking an order.
Hey, how long are you going to be on the phone? You haven't even packed for my business trip yet.
Yes, I'll do it now. Mom, I have to go.
And just like that, the call ended abruptly. I bit my lip, frustration boiling inside me. This always happened whenever I called. Since I was busy with work during the day, I could only call Megan around dinner time. Unfortunately, that seemed to coincide with Ryan's return home. Without fail, he was always nearby, eavesdropping. If our conversation lasted more than 5 minutes, he would start pressuring her to wrap it up, making it impossible for us to talk properly. Since I was always the one calling, it wasn't about the phone bill. He just didn't want Megan talking to me. Call me when Ryan isn't home. I'll call you back. Even when I suggested that, she immediately refused, saying that phone calls weren't allowed when he wasn't around. He was also probably checking the phone bill.
Well, Ryan's the one paying for the phone bill.
Seriously? He makes good money and still acts this cheap. I swallowed my frustration and asked another question. So, is Ryan controlling all the finances?
Yeah. He says I have no sense of money.
Megan said it so casually.
He told me, I can't let you waste my hard-earned money, so I'll handle everything.
There was no way Megan, who had always been responsible, would recklessly spend his salary. I was at a loss for words. I just wanted to have a normal conversation with my daughter, but Ryan was always listening in. Not just on the phone. When Megan visited home, he stuck to her like glue and left as soon as he could. It's like he has total control over her. I set my phone on the table and shivered at the words that had just escaped my mouth. No, that can't be. I tried to laugh it off, but the uneasy feeling in my chest only grew stronger. They had only been married a short while, yet I already felt like something was seriously wrong. Determined to have a real conversation with Megan, I went to work early one day so I could finish on time and head straight home. Ryan doesn't get back until after 7 p.m. If I call before that, Megan might finally be able to talk freely. Without even changing out of my work clothes, I grabbed my phone and quickly dialed her number. She picked up right away. Ryan's not home yet, right? Let's talk now. I know there's something you need to tell me. I could hear her gasp.
Yeah.
But talking over the phone isn't ideal. If you can't come home, let's meet for dinner somewhere. You barely go out anymore. I'll even take a day off for it.
Dinner out.
Megan murmured wistfully, but then, as if snapping back to reality, she quickly shut the idea down.
Ryan would be furious if I did something so extravagant.
I'll pay for it. Wait a second. Ryan makes $7,000 a month, right? I couldn't help but let my frustration seep into my voice. You guys should have plenty of financial cushion. He drives a $40,000 luxury car, yet he's stingy when it comes to your spending.
I don't have any.
Her voice was barely a whisper. What?
I don't get an allowance. I only get the bare minimum for household expenses. He says, a stay-at-home wife who gets 3 meals a day and naps doesn't need money to spend.
It's ridiculous. His words were beyond ridiculous, and anger surged inside me. Does he have any idea how much work it takes to keep a house running? Coming home to a clean house, a hot meal, and a warm bath. That doesn't just happen by itself.
That's why I'm not allowed to go to the salon or wear makeup anymore.
As my anger flared, Megan continued in a calm, matter-of-fact tone.
He told me, if you need something, just tell me. I'll buy it for you. So, when my clothes or underwear wear out, I have to get his approval to buy cheap replacements.
I was so shocked that my mind went blank. It took me a moment to even find my voice. What is that supposed to mean? Running a household is a real job. And wasn't he the one who made you quit working in the first place? Frustrated, I pressed her.
Yeah, but he said, you couldn't even cook the way I like, so you were probably useless at that cooking school too. You should just be grateful I'm willing to support you.
I heard Megan sniffle on the other end of the line. She must have finally broken down in tears.
He doesn't want to spend a single penny on someone like me.
I felt my blood boiling with rage. How could he say such awful things to the daughter I raised with so much love? I clenched my fist tightly, taking deep breaths to calm myself down before speaking again. After a moment, I asked my question that had been gnawing at me. Megan, doesn't that make you angry?
Of course it does.
She countered with a shout. She must have been holding it all in for so long. And then, like a dam breaking, her resentment toward Ryan came pouring out.
I know I'm good at cooking. That's why I secretly post my dishes on a blog. The kitchen is the only place without cameras. He doesn't want them there because he hates seeing messes.
Cameras? You mean you're being monitored? I nearly screamed in disbelief.
Yeah, I'm in the kitchen right now. If I talked anywhere else, he'd find out.
Her voice dropped to a whisper.
Oh, he's back. I have to go.
The call ended. I stood frozen, gripping my phone tightly. I never imagined he was monitoring her every move. He must have cameras at the entrance, the hallways, and every room, watching her constantly. In other words, even if I showed up unannounced, Megan wouldn't be able to speak honestly, and if I secretly took her out for a meal, she'd just get scolded by Ryan later. I sat down at the dining table, resting my chin on my hand. This was worse than I had thought. If Ryan ever caught wind that we were planning a divorce, he'd probably get rid of the cameras and erase any evidence against him. And judging by Megan's resigned attitude, I doubted she had been secretly recording his verbal abuse. After struggling for a while to figure out how to make him pay and secure a hefty settlement, I sent Megan a message. Check your joint bank account without Ryan noticing. Also, take a look at your credit card transaction history. Even though it was late, she read it almost immediately and replied,
Why?
I'm sure Ryan has been spending money behind your back. It's common for men who are stingy with their wives to be secretly splurging on other women. A few minutes later, Megan sent me a copy of the account balance and transaction history, and my eyes widened in shock. Just as I thought. I let out a quiet breath. 5 minutes later, Megan deleted the image she had sent me. I also erased the messages I had sent her. There would still be traces of the deletion, but if it was just this once, Ryan probably wouldn't suspect anything. After finishing a late dinner and taking a bath, I began devising a plan to make Ryan pay. 2 weeks later, on a Sunday morning, I was leisurely sipping my tea on the couch when my doorbell rang. Checking the monitor, I saw Ryan standing at the front door with a smug grin. Next to him was a cart carrying a massive cardboard box. Ryan showing up alone. What's gotten into him? Feeling suspicious, I walked to the door and unlocked it. When I looked down at the cardboard box, I saw that the lid wasn't taped, but simply folded closed. Good morning. It's rare for you to come by alone, Ryan. And that's quite a big package. What's inside?
Good morning.
He greeted me, but instead of answering my question, he just kept smirking. As I slid open the door, he made a show of pushing the heavy-looking cart forward. Once inside, Ryan shut the door and suddenly spoke to the box.
All right, you can come out now.
Then, the lid of the cardboard box was pushed open, and a person emerged from inside. To my shock, it was Megan, dressed in loungewear and an apron. Megan? I gasped, completely stunned. Her eyes were swollen, likely from crying, and tear tracks were still visible on her cheeks. She bit her lip, clutching the edge of her apron and looking down. It had been 6 months since I last saw her, and the sight of her was heartbreaking. Her once shiny hair was disheveled, her cheeks were sunken and pale, and her already delicate frame now looked like it could break at any moment. Still grinning, Ryan explained.
I sold the used car she was driving. A car is a luxury she doesn't need.
That was a car Megan bought with her own money. I frowned.
So, the only way to bring her here was in my luxury car. But having someone like her sit in it would ruin the seats, don't you think? So I put her in a box. Brilliant idea, right?
Ryan burst into laughter. He really has the audacity to say that to my face. My anger burned so hot that it looped back around into sheer disbelief. Then, looking at Megan, he said something even more appalling.
You used to be cute before we got married, and I thought you'd be obedient, so I married you. But turns out, you're just useless woman.
Megan's eyes widened in shock. In an instant, her eyes filled with tears.
You should be grateful you got to marry someone like me, an elite.
With that arrogant remark, he grabbed Megan's arm and shoved her roughly toward me.
Someone making $7,000 a month like me doesn't need a wife like her. I'm returning her.
I caught Megan in my arms and then turned to Ryan. All right then, as of today, you're fired. Ryan's eyes went blank in confusion.
What?
You didn't hear me? I said you're fired.
Mom?
Megan looked at me anxiously, but I gave her a reassuring nod. Ryan had controlled her life for too long, doing whatever he pleased. But now, I'll be the one to make him pay, in full. For a moment, Ryan just stared at me with a blank expression. Then, suddenly, he burst into a loud, crude laugh. After laughing for a while, he wiped the tears from his eyes and turned to me.
Kim, come on. That's a good one. The only person who can fire me is my boss. You're just some low-level employee at an affiliate company. Don't you even know that?
As expected, he was clinging to that line. I smirked and responded with a deliberately mocking tone. Oh my, did you forget?
What?
There's no way, right? A brilliant man like you, an elite graduate from a top university, working as a manager at a prestigious company, wouldn't possibly forget the name of his own superior.
What?
Ryan's irritation was clear as he studied my face. But after a few moments, his eyes widened to their limit. As he retraced his memory, realization must have struck. No way, that's impossible. You went to a lower tier school than me. There's no way you could be an auditor. His smug expression rapidly drained into pale disbelief. He started yelling, running a hand through his hair in frustration. He was the type who believed that just mentioning his alma mater should make people bow before him in admiration. I could acknowledge the effort it took to graduate from a top university. But that didn't give him the right to look down on others. If even in his 30s, he still clung to his school's name like a crutch, then frankly, I just found him pathetic.
Ryan, Mom has a master's degree.
Megan hesitantly spoke up.
You should've told me that sooner. You just made me look like an idiot.
As Ryan lashed out in frustration, Megan, though clearly frightened, firmly stood her ground and responded.
You cut Mom off before she could finish saying it when we first met.
That's right. Unlike you, I never thought academic credentials were that important, so I didn't feel the need to spell it out. Ryan's face twisted with frustration as I continued. After Megan's father passed, I joined one of the subsidiary companies under your corporation. Thanks to my performance, I was promoted to auditor last October. There was no official ceremony since it was a busy period, but I did make an introduction in the company's newsletter. There was even a photo of me. Did you not bother to check?
I didn't recognize you with all that heavy makeup and a suit. And anyway, even if you're an auditor, you can't fire me over personal matters. Learn to separate work from your private life. Typical of Megan's mother. Completely clueless.
He had the nerve to say that after everything he'd done. Of course, I know that much, but this isn't the best place to talk. Why don't you come inside?
I told you. I'm here to return her. I want to get this over with and leave. Hey, hurry up and sign the divorce papers.
As Ryan thrust the divorce papers at Megan, I calmly spoke to him. That's an important document. You should fill it out properly at a table. If you make a mistake, you'll just have to do it all over again. Ryan hesitated, unable to come up with a rebuttal, then clicked his tongue in frustration. He stomped into the hallway and walked into the room with heavy, irritated footsteps. Megan glanced at me with a hint of unease. I gave her a reassuring nod and smiled. It's fine, everything is going according to plan. When Megan and I entered the living room, Ryan was already there, lounging arrogantly on the sofa.
Unlike you, I'm busy. I don't have time to waste sitting around here.
As he watched Megan sign the divorce papers on the table, he barked loudly, his tone filled with impatience. His demanding, self-important attitude made him look like a tyrant. Hey, can't you wait quietly for once? You're acting like a child. Megan, it must have been exhausting taking care of someone like this. I said it with a hint of sympathy. Megan let out a small chuckle as she kept writing, which only made Ryan more irritated.
All she has to do is write her name, her parents' names, and her address. Who could mess that up? Oh wait, she totally could. After all, she's just some low-level girl who only went to a vocational school.
That's enough. Shut your mouth. I shot him a sharp glare, but he ignored me and peeked over at Megan's writing, mocking her.
Are you sure you can spell your name right? What a good girl. Hey, Kim, why don't you clean up this table now? Like mother, like daughter, both useless as housewives.
Annoyed, he pushed a floral teacup aside, then suddenly sniffed the air and lifted his chin.
Oh, someone was here just a moment ago? I recognize this perfume from somewhere.
No, our guest is still here. Just as Ryan furrowed his brows in confusion, the door separating the living room from the next room swung open. He instinctively turned to look and instantly froze.
Mom?
His arrogant demeanor disappeared in an instant, replaced by sheer panic. He fidgeted nervously, shifting his weight uncomfortably.
Why are you here?
What do you think? I was having tea with Kim.
As Ryan's mother, Sarah, spoke with a terrifying expression, Ryan's face twisted into a pathetic look, his body trembling slightly. Oh, I see.
Megan always told me that Ryan could never defy his mother, Sarah, who raised him on her own.
And it looked like she was right.
Wait, don't tell me. You heard everything?
Stammering, Ryan broke into a cold sweat, visibly panicking. He was probably scrambling to use his prestigious university brain to figure out a way out of this mess.
Yeah, it was just a joke. A surprise, you know.
What?
Sarah's expression darkened even more.
Wouldn't it be hilarious if Megan popped out of a box? I just wanted to surprise Kim. Right, Megan?
Megan, who had been dragged into the conversation, simply finished signing the divorce papers, set down the pen, and looked at me. Our eyes met, and at the exact same moment, we both shrugged. Neither of us said a word, but it was clear we were both thinking the same thing. What an absolutely pathetic man. Oblivious to our reaction, Ryan kept rambling on.
Mom, you know Megan and I get along, right? The divorce is just because of differences in values. I still love her, but it just can't be helped.
Unbelievable. Even now, you have the nerve to say that.
Sarah, her anger evident, stepped toward Ryan. She dropped a stack of photos onto the living room table with a loud thud. Ryan casually picked up one of the photos, but as soon as he saw it, his eyes widened in shock. His face twisted into a grimace, and he fell completely silent.
Still going to pretend you don't know anything?
You claimed you were on business trips and working overtime, but in reality, you were cheating with Ashley, the new hire. How awful. I remember you talking about how cute she was back when she was just an intern, but I never thought you'd actually have an affair with her.
Megan glanced at the photos, her expression turning into one of pure disgust. I also looked down at the evidence, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. The pictures showed Ryan walking arm in arm with Ashley, the two of them clinging to each other at a crosswalk, and even their backs as they entered a hotel. There was no way he could talk his way out of this. Suspecting infidelity due to his reckless spending, I had confided everything to Sarah.
Every time they came home, they always seemed fine. I never imagined Ryan would actually be cheating.
At first, Sarah was skeptical, but after hearing how Ryan had been treating Megan, she was furious. Determined to get to the bottom of things, she had a private investigator she knew look into Ryan's behavior. The results? He was completely guilty. He had been having an affair with Ashley, a woman more than a decade younger than him. Ryan sat there sulking in silence, but eventually he let out a bitter laugh and spoke.
When did you manage to get Mom on your side? I knew you were a sly, poor woman.
Poor, I make twice your salary. As I scoffed at him, Ryan's face twisted with rage. But realizing he couldn't win against me, he shifted his target to Megan instead.
So, what now? You're just going to leech off your mom next?
What?
Must be nice being a woman. Even if you're a useless, pathetic loser, you can just cry and someone will take care of you.
Seeing Megan's face turn pale, Ryan smirked triumphantly and continued his verbal assault.
You act like the victim here, but let's be real. You deserve to be dumped. You couldn't even cook food I liked. So what business did you have being an assistant at a cooking class? That's fraud.
What do you mean?
If you could at least cook like my mom, maybe I'd have eaten it. But your food was so disgusting, I could barely keep it down. Worthless as a wife and a worker. What a sad little thing you are.
At that moment, Megan's lips curled into a smile. Being close with Sarah, she must have already known. She knew the truth, that Sarah was a terrible cook.
What are you even talking about?
Sarah sighed in exasperation. She turned to Megan and me, offering an apologetic smile.
Megan Kim, I'm so sorry. Ryan has always had terrible taste. He actually preferred instant meals over my mother's homemade cooking when he was a kid.
Ryan tilted his head, looking like he had no idea what she meant.
The meals Megan brings over regularly are way better than anything store-bought. No wonder she got a book deal. It's a shame you don't even recognize how amazing her cooking is.
Sarah praised Megan without holding back, and I wholeheartedly agreed. I know Megan's cooking is fantastic. It makes sense that a well-known culinary expert endorsed her work. Megan's face lit up.
Honestly, Ryan limiting my household budget ended up helping me. I started coming up with budget-friendly recipes and posting them on my blog, and it just took off. I never imagined it would get turned into a book, let alone go into multiple reprints.
Was it 100,000 copies? That's $1 million in royalties, right? That's incredible, Megan.
Sarah cheered excitedly, and Megan smiled sheepishly. Meanwhile, Ryan, completely left out of the conversation, looked utterly dumbfounded.
What? You were cooking behind my back without telling me?
Oh, I'm a housewife. Cooking is my job, remember?
Megan replied flatly, then thrust the signed divorce papers toward him.
So, just sign the papers now.
And even after losing your job, make sure you pay the alimony in full. I added, watching as Ryan's face twisted with frustration.
You seriously think you can fire me just because I cheated? I told you, work and personal life are separate.
Seeing that Ryan showed no sign of remorse, I let out a weary sigh. He was so pathetic that I hadn't even wanted to bring it up to Sarah, but at this point, I had no choice but to lay everything out. I shot Sarah a glance, then placed a copy of the bank account statements Megan had sent me on the table, along with her credit card transaction history. You're right. The company doesn't care if you embezzled $20,000 from your joint account or racked up $10,000 in debt on Megan's credit card. But expensing your hotel stays and restaurant dates? That's completely illegal, isn't it? Ryan flinched. Megan already knew about this. But judging by Sarah's wide-eyed expression, she didn't.
What are you talking about?
As Ryan's cheek twitched nervously, I activated the recorder on my phone, and a sickly sweet woman's voice began to play.
Of course, I told him to stop, but Ryan just wouldn't listen to me.
Ashley,
Ryan's face turned ghostly pale.
He put all the fancy dinners, travel expenses, and luxury hotel stays on the company account. He said, "It's fine. I'll just write it off as business trips and client entertainment."
Ashley giggled as she continued.
Honestly, I was so turned off. I mean, Ryan was cheating even though he couldn't even afford the dates himself. A broke guy pretending to be some rich elite. So lame. I was planning to dump him soon anyway.
that little. I bought her a $10,000 handbag just to keep her quiet.
Ryan's face turned pale, then flushed bright red all the way down his neck. He looks like a traffic light. I had to fight the urge to laugh and instead kept my expression serious as I spoke. Well, good job, I suppose. Either way, she spilled everything. So after you sign those divorce papers, I'll be reporting this to the police.
Wait, am I going to be arrested?
If you don't want that, you can pay a settlement. But considering your embezzlement plus the alimony, that's going to be quite a hefty sum. Good luck figuring that out. Oh, and of course, you'll be paying Megan's alimony too.
This is a joke, right?
Ryan turned to Megan, his eyes practically begging.
You're getting all that royalty money. You don't even need alimony, right? That credit card debt and the money I spent from our savings. That's nothing to you now. Just let it go.
Ryan jumped off the couch and desperately pleaded with Megan. But she only gave him a cold and emotionless stare.
No, you have to pay every cent back. I can't believe you stole company money. This whole situation made me realize how blind I was.
Megan's firm, angry response made Ryan's eyes widen in shock. He must have assumed that, since she was always kind, she'd forgive him if he begged.
I'm done letting you control me. Take responsibility for your actions and face the consequences.
As Ryan's face filled with despair and he collapsed to his knees, Sarah delivered the final blow.
And don't even think about coming to me for help. You cheated, stole company money. Why would I ever let a disgrace like you step foot in my house again?
Ryan turned to Sarah in disbelief, grabbing at her arm.
Mom, even you're abandoning me? Families are supposed to help each other in times of need.
Enough. Don't throw around the word family, only when it's convenient for you.
Sarah shouted at Ryan and apologized to me and Megan.
I'm so sorry for all the trouble Ryan has caused you. You shouldn't have to see any more of him. I'll take him home now.
She grabbed Ryan's arm and yanked him up.
Let's go.
Wait, I can't afford to pay all that.
In the end, Ryan was half crying as Sarah dragged him out of the house. That night, Megan put all her effort into making dinner. "This is amazing. The best meal I've ever had."
Thank you.
We smiled at each other, savoring every bite of the delicious food. On Monday, Ryan strolled into the office as if nothing had happened. I had planned to bring up his embezzlement case during the afternoon meeting with the executives, but when I returned from lunch, I found chaos unfolding in his and Ashley's department. Ashley had spilled everything about Ryan's misconduct to her coworkers, and word had already reached their boss. When I confronted Ryan, he answered with a mix of frustration and anger.
Last night, I called Ashley to break things off, and she threatened me. She said, "Because of your embezzlement mess, I'm going to lose my job too. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me."
And sure enough, she waited until lunch break and exposed everything to their colleagues. While I was presenting the full details of Ryan's misconduct to the executives during the meeting, the police, tipped off by one of Ashley's coworkers, arrived at the office. After confirming the facts with us, they officially arrested Ryan for embezzlement. Everyone in the office watched from a distance as Ryan, looking like he was on the verge of tears, was escorted away by 2 officers. After his arrest, Ryan was held in custody, but since it was his first offense and the company agreed to a settlement, he was eventually released. 3 days later, Ryan returned to work looking noticeably gaunt. Instead of being fired, he was demoted and ordered to repay the company $20,000, including settlement fees. A month later, he was transferred to a small subsidiary in a remote area. I hired a lawyer I knew to handle Megan and Ryan's divorce. I wanted Ryan to pay the full $40,000 at once. $10,000 from Megan's savings, $10,000 in credit card debt, and $20,000 in alimony. But after selling his luxury car, he still came begging, claiming he didn't have enough money. Reluctantly, I agreed to let him pay it off in monthly installments of $1,000. I made sure that if he missed even a single payment, his salary would be garnished, so there was no need to worry. Ashley, who had been demanding luxury goods from Ryan, actually had plenty of savings. When we sent her a formal request for the $20,000 in alimony, she immediately transferred the full amount into Megan's account. As part of the divorce settlement, Megan received the apartment she and Ryan had lived in, while he was given half of their savings. Ryan used the money from the settlement to repay his debt to Megan. He also moved into a cheap apartment, using the savings from lower rent to help pay off what he owed. You'd think he might have learned his lesson, but apparently he left an angry voicemail for Megan.
"This is all your fault. Marrying you ruined my life. I should be the one getting alimony. Take responsibility."
Disgusted, Megan immediately blocked his number. A month later, when I had tea with Sarah, I mentioned it, and she apologized profusely.
Ryan's been under a lot of stress. His new boss gives him a hard time every day. Maybe now he understands how Megan felt. I hope he finally learned something from this.
She still cared about her son as a mother, but it was clear she had no intention of taking his side. Seeing how she truly supported Megan made me happy. After the divorce, Megan's face brightened, and she started laughing again like she used to before marriage. Lately, she's been enjoying trips to the bookstore. Every time I see her book displayed prominently, I can't help but smile. She also landed a cooking column in a popular homemaking magazine, keeping her busy but fulfilled. Now she's dreaming of one day teaching students using a line of kitchenware she designs herself. Seeing Megan happy and thriving has made it easier for me to focus on my own work as well.
Mom, you seem so full of life these days.
We don't get to see each other as often since we're both busy, but whenever we do, she tells me that, and it always makes me smile. Her marriage may have ended in disappointment, but as her mother, I will always support her as she moves forward, eyes shining with her dreams.
Just fake some evidence of her cheating, squeeze out some alimony, and get a divorce.
Wow, Monica, you're a real schemer.
I was in the kitchen, listening to my husband and daughter's horrifying conversation. Neither of them knew I was there. Holding my breath as I listened, I was shocked to realize just how much my own family despised me. But at the same time, a feeling close to resignation started to take root. My daughter and husband have always looked down on me. I had desperately tried to change our family dynamics, doing everything I could, but it seemed completely meaningless. Well, I guess that's it. After they left, I muttered those words without thinking. Then, I said my final goodbye to this hellish house. My name is Katherine Jackson, a 47-year-old working mother. I had always been patient since I was little. When I was in second grade, I stubbornly endured feeling unwell, only for it to worsen to the point where I had to be hospitalized. My parents and older sister scolded me for it. My patience often backfires on me. Even when I realized that my boyfriend at the time was cheating on me, I kept telling myself that if I just endured it, things would stay peaceful. As a result, he left me and chose the other woman. I'm done with relationships. That's what I thought, but I still wanted to get married. So, right after my boyfriend dumped me, I went straight to a matchmaking agency and signed up immediately. That's where I met Robert, and we got married. Robert was the same age as me, so we had a lot in common to talk about. He was calm and kind, and being with him felt comfortable. I never developed romantic feelings for him, but I thought, if I'm going to get married, someone like him would be ideal. It seemed Robert felt the same way, and we quickly started dating seriously. Then, a year into our relationship, Robert proposed, and we got married. At that time, we were both 27. I thought I had finally found happiness, but reality wasn't that simple. At first, Robert seemed like a good guy, but after we got married, he gradually started to change. Once we moved in together, I somehow ended up doing all the housework. But since I worked full-time, handling everything on my own was a huge burden. Tonight, like every other night, I found myself sighing as I cleaned up after dinner alone. Meanwhile, Robert finished eating, sprawled out on the couch, and kept scrolling through his phone. Hey, Robert, I work and am busy. You could help with the chores a little, don't you think? But his response was,
I don't know anything about housework. You're way faster at it, so it makes more sense for you to do it, right?
No, that's not what I mean. If you don't know how, I can teach you. Robert let out a short, mocking laugh, and then said something unbelievable.
I work way harder every day since I'm a man, so you should at least help out a little too.
He was basically saying that, as a woman, My job wasn't that important. His words were so awful that I was too stunned to respond. Seeing me stay silent, Robert must have thought I agreed with him, because he just went back to looking at his phone without lifting a finger to help. When we were dating, he never talked like this. He used to respect me. But after getting married, it was like he had me locked down and no longer needed to hide his true colors. Even so, Robert celebrated anniversaries appropriately, and if I asked, he helped with everything except housework. But when I asked him to do something troublesome, he gave me an annoyed look. Still, it wasn't enough of a reason to consider divorce. I figured if I took my time, I could gradually get him to start helping with the housework. Then, I found out I was pregnant. It was 2 years after we got married, when I was 30. And right after I turned 31, I gave birth to a healthy baby. She was a beautiful little girl who looked just like me. With our new family, I should have been at the peak of happiness. But that wasn't the case. Oh, I've got a fever again. After giving birth, I started getting sick more often. I had heard that pregnancy and childbirth could change women's bodies significantly, but I never expected my health to decline this much. Even while feeling weak and dizzy, I did my best to take care of my daughter, Monica. I couldn't do anything beyond that, so I tried to let Robert know.
Sick again? You know, I've been thinking for a while. Are you just faking it?
Robert seemed to think that pregnancy and childbirth weren't a big deal. When I came home after giving birth to Monica, our house was a complete mess because Robert didn't know how to do any chores. But instead of looking guilty, he just said,
Well, I'll leave the cleanup to you.
Even though I had just given birth and hadn't regained my strength, he expected me to clean the entire house. And every time my health took a turn for the worse, he made it painfully obvious how much of a burden he thought I was. He never once seemed worried about me.
Oh well, I guess I'll just ask Mom to help again.
Hearing that made me grimace. Robert's mother had lost her husband years ago and now lived about 10 minutes away from our apartment. She had asked us to move in with her multiple times, but I always found a way to turn her down. That's because she was constantly cruel to me. Maybe she felt like I had stolen her only son from her. As soon as Robert called, she showed up at our place right away.
All right, Grandma's here.
Robert's mother let herself in using the spare key he had given her without my knowledge, walking in like she owned the place. With a bright, cheerful smile, she beamed at Monica. Then, turning to me, she smirked mockingly.
My goodness, with a mother like this, poor Monica. Well, whatever. I'll take care of her again today, so you stay out of the way.
She said it like she was doing me a favor, but she could barely hide her excitement. It was clear that seeing the daughter-in-law who stole her only son suffering from illness brought her genuine joy. Besides, if I get sick, she can have her cute first grandchild all by herself. For her, it was nothing but a win-win situation. This can't go on. I couldn't let someone as twisted as her take care of Monica. I was still on maternity leave, but if my health kept failing, it'd end up taking too many sick days and causing trouble at work. The truth was, Robert's salary wasn't that great. Robert didn't make enough to support both Monica and me. If I wanted Monica to live comfortably without any struggles, I had to work hard. Determined, I started going to the doctor regularly to fix my health issues. I also exercised as much as I could to rebuild my strength. By the time Monica entered elementary school, my health had completely recovered, and I no longer collapsed from exhaustion.
Mom, hurry up and tie my hair now.
Monica had completely picked up my mother-in-law's attitude and started looking down on me. To her, I wasn't a mother. I was just a convenient servant. All right, I got it. But that's not the way to ask someone for help. Even so, she was still little, and her selfish demands were somewhat endearing. I kept correcting Monica whenever I could, trying to raise her properly. But it seemed I was already too late. Instead of me, the strict mother who scolded her, Monica grew attached to my mother-in-law. She spoiled Monica endlessly, buying her sweets and toys whenever she wanted. Whenever I tried to put a stop to it, my mother-in-law would snap back twice as hard.
It's my money. I can spend it however I want. You have no right to tell me what to do.
With this constant hostility, I eventually stopped saying anything. Meanwhile, Monica kept growing. She never listened to my warnings, and before I knew it, she was in the upper grades of elementary school. By then, she had grown sharp-tongued, and the insults toward me became more frequent.
Shut up. Stay out of it, Mom.
Even the slightest correction would get this kind of reaction. Once, in a fit of rage, Monica even hit me. Realizing that things were seriously spiraling out of control, I tried desperately to rebuild a normal parent-child relationship, but nothing changed. Before I knew it, Monica had become a high schooler. Then, one day, Monica was already a senior in high school, but still hadn't decided on her future and was just drifting through life. Worried about her, I said this. Monica, have you thought about your future? No matter where you decide to go, you should start studying seriously. If you want to attend a private university, don't worry. I've already saved up enough for you. I said it out of concern for Monica. But the moment she heard my words, her face twisted with rage.
Shut the hell up. Stay out of my business.
She screamed at me, then suddenly shoved me with full force. Because of how much my mother-in-law had spoiled her with food since she was little, Monica had grown into a big, strong girl. When she pushed me, I was thrown hard against the wall. Ouch! A sharp, intense pain shot through me, so overwhelming that I couldn't make a sound. I collapsed to the floor, curling up in agony. Monica didn't even try to help me. She just looked down at me like I was nothing more than trash. After a while, my pain began to subside, and I somehow managed to get back on my feet. Monica was already gone. It wasn't bad enough to go to the hospital, but the thought of what could have happened if I had hit my head in the wrong spot sent a chill down my spine. Monica never apologized to me, and I knew this wasn't something I could just ignore. So, I decided to talk to Robert about it.
This is your fault for butting in. Monica's got everything under control, so there's nothing to worry about.
He immediately blamed me and refused to take the conversation seriously. After that, I became terrified of Monica and stopped talking to her altogether. I often wondered if it was okay to act this way toward my own daughter, but every time I thought about speaking up, the fear of being hit again kept me silent. But I know I can't just let this go on. I knew I had to find a way to change this situation, but no good ideas came to mind. Every day, I just sighed more and more. Eventually, Monica managed to get into college. She didn't take her studies very seriously, so even though it wasn't a top university, I was relieved that she was able to enter the college. Maybe because I had stopped talking to her, Monica began treating me like I didn't exist. That didn't mean she took care of herself, though. She still ate the meals I cooked and wore the clothes I washed before heading off to school. At this point, I had become nothing more than a convenient servant to her. And maybe because Monica acted this way, Robert and my mother-in-law had also started ignoring me lately. My mother-in-law would still show up at our house unannounced, but whenever she brought gifts, it was obvious she never included anything for me. I didn't say a word about it. I just silently brewed tea for everyone, as always. I knew this daily life was completely wrong, but since there was no direct harm, I just accepted the situation as it was. It was better than saying something unnecessary, getting hit, and feeling the pain. Oh, right. Tomorrow is Monica's birthday. Looking at the calendar, I suddenly remembered. Monica ignored me completely, but she always finished every meal I cooked. Back when Robert and I had just gotten married and were still on good terms, he used to compliment my cooking all the time. Even my mother-in-law, who constantly nitpicked my housework, had never once complained about my cooking. If nothing else, my cooking skills were the one thing my family acknowledged. I should make her birthday dinner this year. Ever since Monica was little, I had always cooked a special, extravagant meal for her birthday. And on this day alone, Monica would actually smile and enjoy her food. Lately, she ate without showing any emotion, but she never left anything on her plate. At least on her birthday, I could feel like I was still part of the family. Did I already have all the ingredients in the pantry? Our pantry was next to the kitchen. It was a small room where we stored food supplies. Since it was out of sight from the kitchen, Monica used to hide and play there a lot when she was little. I stepped inside and started checking the shelves, making a list of the missing ingredients. Just then,
Ah, she's not here.
Did she go out somewhere?
Monica and Robert walked into the kitchen.
Oh well, I'll make us some tea.
Thanks, Dad.
It seemed like they had come for a drink. I hurried to step out of the pantry, but the conversation I overheard made me freeze in place.
Hey, Dad. When are you finally going to divorce her?
Well, do you really want me to divorce her, Monica?
Of course. Just living in the same house as her stresses me out. I wish she'd disappear. Even Grandma says all the time that she wants Mom gone.
Hearing Monica's true feelings so suddenly, I felt the blood drain from my face. I knew she didn't like me, but I never imagined she found my very presence unbearable.
But you know, if I'm the one to initiate the divorce, he'll have to split my assets with her.
Oh, really? That sounds annoying. Oh, I've got an idea. Just fake some evidence of her cheating, take her for as much alimony as possible, and divorce her.
Monica's voice was bright and cheerful, as if she had come up with some brilliant plan.
Take her for everything she's got, and make sure she has to keep paying child support for me too. That's the only thing she's useful for, making her cough up money. If you need fake evidence, I'll help set it up.
At Monica's outrageous suggestion, Robert laughed heartily, truly enjoying the conversation.
Monica, you're a real schemer.
Right. Just think about it seriously. I mean, Dad, do you really want to be stuck with that old hag for the rest of your life?
Well, yeah. Just imagining having to look at that miserable face forever is enough to make me depressed.
After a while, their footsteps faded as they walked away. Once they had completely left the kitchen, I slowly stepped out of the pantry. Overhearing their true feelings by accident, I was initially struck with shock, as if I had been hit by lightning. But almost immediately, I calmed down. I had never really been treated as part of this family. In fact, maybe I hadn't even been treated as a human being. I had endured everything, thinking that as long as I kept quiet, I could maintain some kind of peace. Maybe it was because of my patience that I had lasted this long. But I had finally reached my limit. I kept my presence hidden as I quietly stepped out of the kitchen and into the hallway. Apparently, they went out. Without hesitation, I went to my room and stuffed a few days' worth of clothes into my suitcase. Then, I hurriedly left the house. After leaving the house, I headed to my childhood home, which was a bit farther away. My childhood home, about an hour's drive away, was now where my older sister and her husband lived. Since our parents had already passed away, my sister, Emily, had inherited the house.
Catherine, what's going on? Oh my God, your face is completely pale. Hurry inside. Jake, Hannah, help her with her luggage.
As soon as I arrived, my sister's entire family was already outside waiting for me. I had called ahead to say I was coming, and they must have sensed from my voice that something was seriously wrong. They all looked worried as they waited for me.
Auntie Catherine, are you okay?
Catherine, I brought you something warm to drink. Take your time and relax.
As I sat in the living room, I finally let out a deep sigh of relief. When I finally calmed down, I began to tell them all about what had happened.
That's unbelievable. How could they be so cruel?
I see Catherine from time to time, but I haven't seen Robert or Monica in years. I had no idea things had gotten this bad.
I visited my childhood home occasionally and kept in touch with my sister and her husband. Robert and Monica used to come along in the past, but they started disliking my family simply because they were mine. For the past few years, they haven't visited my childhood home at all.
I can't believe they treated Auntie Catherine like that. I'll never forgive them.
Anna was furious, as if it had happened to her personally. Hearing her words, I couldn't hold back my tears. More than my own household, my sister's family was the one truly looking out for me. The moment I realized that in this home, I was treated as a real human being, my tears started flowing uncontrollably.
You can stay as long as you want. This is your home too.
Emily, thank you. And Jake, Hannah, thank you both so much. I'm sorry for the trouble.
There's no need to apologize.
Jake smiled warmly. He was my sister's senior in her high school club, and he had been devoted to her ever since. I couldn't help but think, I wish I had found someone as kind as Jake. As I sat there, overwhelmed by my sister's family's kindness, tears welled up in my eyes again. That night, for the first time in a long while, I felt completely at peace. Before going to bed, I checked my phone and saw countless messages from Monica and Robert. But I ignored them and went to sleep. The next day, my phone was bombarded with even more calls, but I ignored those too. As I stayed at my childhood home, I focused on healing my wounded heart and enjoying a peaceful life. Thankfully, my workplace wasn't too far from here, so commuting wasn't a problem. In fact, without having to take care of Robert and Monica, I actually had more free time than before. I used that extra time to start preparing for the next chapter of my life. And just like that, 2 weeks passed since I returned home.
Wow, today was exhausting. Since it's the weekend, should we go out to eat?
Great idea. I'm in.
Both my sister and her husband worked full-time, and Hannah was commuting to college from home. That day, everyone had a long day at work or school, and the idea of cooking dinner this late felt like too much. So, Emily suggested eating out, and everyone excitedly started getting ready. By now, I had fully blended into their family, and I was genuinely looking forward to going out for dinner. But just as we were about to leave, the doorbell suddenly rang, shattering our peaceful weekend.
What the hell are you two doing here?
Emily was the first to react and headed to the door, but her voice came out cold and firm. Sensing something was wrong, I quickly hurried to the entrance. There were Robert and Monica.
Please, let me talk to Catherine.
I had expected them to show up just to insult me again, but surprisingly, they looked exhausted, completely different from what I had imagined. Not only me, but also Emily seemed to wonder, and she gave me a puzzled look. Frowning as well, I gave her a small nod in response. Robert and Monica were led into the living room, where Emily and I sat across from them. Since there weren't enough chairs, Jake and Hannah remained standing, glaring at the two of them.
So, what do you want?
Emily's voice was sharp, laced with irritation. Robert, looking like he was about to cry, started explaining.
Ever since Catherine left, my house has been a disaster. We've been eating takeout nonstop, and now my stomach's all messed up. The laundry keeps piling up, and we're running out of clean clothes. So filthy that there's barely any room to walk.
How do you even manage to wreck a house that badly in just 2 weeks? I wondered if these two were some geniuses in the worst possible way. Then Monica chimed in, trying to sound pitiful.
I'm so sick of eating takeout food. Everything is too salty, and now I've gained weight, and my skin's breaking out. Hey, how much longer are you planning to stay here? Hurry up and come back now.
No, you've always been on the heavier side. I almost blurted out, but held my tongue. Before I could say anything, Hannah spoke up for me.
Oh, so you've gained weight, Monica? Well, you haven't changed much in the past, so don't worry about it. Or maybe you've just been steadily gaining weight over the years since we last saw each other.
Since they were both girls and close in age, Hannah had never gone easy on Monica. But she never said anything cruel without a reason. This time, she was clearly lashing out because she was furious over how Monica had treated me. Hearing this from Hannah, who had always had a flawless figure, Monica's face turned bright red. A mix of anger and embarrassment flashed across her face.
How could you say that, Hannah? I've been going through so much stress.
Realizing she couldn't win with words, Monica covered her face with both hands. But it was obvious she wasn't actually crying. Since she was a child, she made a scene of crying whenever it didn't go her way. She's still pulling this act even as a college student. I watched her with cold indifference.
Oh, come on, Monica. It's painfully obvious you're not actually crying. That's embarrassing. Just stop. You're a college student now, aren't you?
Emily's sharp words made Monica lower her hands in surprise.
See, you're not even crying. And by the way, why are you acting like the victim here? The real victim is your mom.
Hannah's blunt way of speaking was clearly something she had inherited from Emily. Jake, on the other hand, was always calm and never raised his voice, no matter what happened. In a way, he balanced Emily out perfectly. But Monica had never been spoken to this harshly by Emily before. Emily had always had her thoughts about the way Monica treated me, but she held back, thinking it wasn't her place to interfere with how I raised my own child. But now, she wasn't holding back at all.
So you were plotting to fake evidence of her affair and squeeze out alimony, huh? I can't believe you even thought of something so disgusting. And I've also heard everything else you've done to my sister. Do you even realize that what you did is a crime?
Monica panicked and looked at me. She hadn't expected that I had overheard that conversation in the kitchen.
Mom, why aren't you saying anything?
That's right. I hadn't spoken a single word since this all started. No matter what Monica or Robert said, I just stared at them with an expressionless gaze. Before we sat down, Emily had whispered to me,
You don't need to say a word. Just do to them what they did to you. Let them finally understand what they've put you through.
And so, I continued to ignore them completely.
Mom, say something, please.
Monica desperately pleaded, but I remained silent. Then, Robert, looking irritated, finally spoke up.
Hey, why are you ignoring your daughter? You're being childish.
Surprisingly, it was Jake who snapped back at him.
Monica and Robert, you've both ignored Catherine for years, haven't you? So why do you get to put yourselves above her and blame her now? You have no right to say that. How does it feel to be on the receiving end for once?
Both Emily and I, along with Hannah, looked completely shocked. Jake was usually calm and collected, but now he was visibly angry.
You dumped all the household responsibilities on Catherine while you did whatever you pleased. That's not what a family does. If anyone here is being childish, it's you. You can't even keep your home livable without her. That's not how an adult behaves, but how a helpless child acts.
At first, Emily was just as surprised as I was, but she quickly nodded in agreement.
He's right. If you can't even take care of yourselves, you don't get to call yourselves adults. And another thing, you waited 2 whole weeks before coming here. Why didn't you come right away after Catherine left?
We didn't know where Catherine had gone.
Really? Your first guess should have been her childhood home. Are you seriously telling me you couldn't even figure that out? If that's the case, then I'm honestly disappointed in how little you think.
Emily's sharp words hit like daggers, and Robert's hands trembled slightly. Watching the two of them get completely shut down by my sister's family, I let out a deep sigh. Emily, Jake, and Hannah, thank you for speaking up on my behalf, but I'll handle the rest myself. I have some things I want to say to these two directly. Saying that, I reached into my bag and pulled out a document, handing it to Robert. Let's get a divorce, Robert.
What? Why?
Robert's reaction was one of pure shock, like he had never even considered this possibility. I met his eyes with a cold, unwavering gaze. Why? You've ignored me and treated me like I didn't matter for years. What I don't understand is why you ever thought I wouldn't divorce you.
Well,
Did you really think you could do whatever you wanted to me? That just because I never complained, I was nothing more than a punching bag to you. Well, too bad for you. I'm a human being with emotions. After everything you and Monica have put me through, did you honestly think I wouldn't feel anything? Next, I shifted my gaze to Monica. Monica, I know your personality has been heavily influenced by your grandmother. I tried countless times to correct it, but nothing ever changed. But listen, when you were a child, that might have been an excuse. Now, you're a college student. You can't blame anyone else for the way you choose to act.
Mom?
How long has it been since you last called me that? But you know, it doesn't make me happy at all, because I no longer see you as my daughter. At my words, Monica's eyes widened in shock, her face frozen in disbelief. Why do you look so shocked? Weren't you the one who wanted me and your father to get divorced? You called me an old hag and said my only worth was making you paychecks. So why act surprised now? Tears finally welled up in Monica's eyes. I wondered if I should feel sorry for her, but this was entirely the result of Monica's own actions. There was no room for sympathy. And if I softened now, Monica would become truly beyond saving. Pushing her away was the last lesson I could teach her.
I'm not getting a divorce.
Robert's voice shook as he tried to refuse. Without a word, I reached into my bag and pulled out a sealed envelope. This contains all the evidence of your affairs.
What?
Cheating is a valid reason for divorce. No matter how much you refuse, it won't change a thing. That's right. Robert had been cheating on me all along. I had known about it, but I never confronted him. Still, I figured the evidence might come in handy someday, so I secretly gathered proof of his affairs. Robert must not have even tried to hide it, so I was able to collect enough evidence to fill an entire envelope.
Dad, you were cheating?
No, it's not like that. This was just messing around. It didn't mean anything.
His face turned pale as he scrambled to make excuses to Monica. But Monica shoved him away.
You're disgusting. Don't come near me.
Oh my, looks like we finally agree on something. Yes, I also find you utterly repulsive. Just standing this close to you makes me nauseous. Hearing both Monica and me call him disgusting, Robert's eyes welled up with tears. Robert tried to brush off his affairs as just messing around, but that excuse wasn't going to work. And if you refuse to go through with our divorce, I'll take you to court. I want to divorce you badly enough to do whatever it takes. Oh, and of course, I'll be giving you full custody.
Wait, Mom. I don't want to live with Dad.
I don't want to live with you either. Being around your father makes me feel sick, but being around you feels like it's eating a hole through my stomach from stress. Please, just let me go. I don't want to be part of this family anymore. At my desperate cry, Monica froze in shock before tears started streaming down her face. She finally realized that no matter what she said, I wasn't going to change my mind. This is the result of your own actions. You brought this upon yourselves. I hope you carved that into your hearts. Neither of them said a word in response. They just kept crying. Under the watchful eyes of my sister's family, Robert finally signed the divorce papers. Still sobbing, Both he and Monica were then thrown out by Emily and the others.
All of Catherine's things that are still in that house, so she'll be coming to get them tomorrow. And if you try anything, you won't get off easy.
At Emily's words, the two of them showed no reaction and simply walked away. The next day, as promised, I went to the house, but the mess was far worse than I had imagined. I felt dizzy just looking at it. At least my room is still intact. Letting out a deep sigh, I started packing my belongings. Not long after, my mother-in-law showed up, probably after hearing everything from Robert.
Are you really divorcing Robert?
Yes, that's right. Isn't this what you always wanted? Now that I'm gone, you can live in this house with your son and granddaughter. Your wish has finally come true. However, my mother-in-law was clearly flustered when she saw the chaotic state of the house. Despite the mess, she hadn't lifted a finger to help. She wasn't particularly good at housework either, and the house she was currently living in was always in a state of disarray. That's why she had regularly called me over to do the cleaning for her. Now that I was gone, it didn't take long for her to realize that living in this house would be a nightmare.
Wait, why don't we rethink this?
My mother-in-law's words made Robert and Monica look at me, their eyes filled with hope. But I confronted her with the reality without mercy. I've hated you for a long time, you know. Do you really think I'm going to listen to someone like you? And by the way, I've already submitted the divorce papers before coming here. Myself and your son are no longer connected. We're strangers now. At my words, Robert and Monica burst into tears. My mother-in-law was completely flustered, and it was impossible to have a conversation with her. In the midst of all this chaos, my sister's family and I swiftly finished packing. I didn't have many belongings to begin with, so it only took about an hour to gather everything. Robert and Monica just stood there, stunned, watching me leave. Well then, goodbye forever. Oh, and I'll be filing for alimony through my lawyer, so make sure to cooperate, or things will get much messier for you. With a bright smile on my face, I left the hellish house I had lived in for so long. Afterward, I returned to Emily's house, and while looking for a new place, I filed for alimony from Robert. I also made sure to demand payment from his mistress, instructing them both to settle everything in a lump sum. A while later, after confirming the payment, I finally felt relieved, knowing it was all over. According to rumors, the house I once lived in is in a state of disarray beyond imagination. Robert's salary alone isn't enough to cover their living expenses, and they are apparently in a very tough spot. Monica had said she wanted to continue attending college, but with Robert's income alone, that would be impossible. My mother-in-law had relied on financial support from Robert, but that was only possible because I was the one bringing in the money. Now, with nothing but her pension to rely on, her life is becoming increasingly difficult. Well, whatever happens to them doesn't concern me anymore. I am finally enjoying the freedom I've gained, and am thinking about how to live the rest of my life. But I know I have a strong support system in my sister's family, so no matter what happens, I'll be fine. If anything happens to them in the future, it will be my turn to protect them. I will continue to live my life with my beloved family, doing my best every step of the way.
I visited the mansion as a housekeeper.
Mommy,
There was my daughter, Zoe, who had passed away. I tried to step closer to her, but at that moment, the woman who had hired me suddenly stepped in between us, raising her voice.
You were about to touch my daughter? Don't touch her.
She glared at me intensely before shifting her gaze to Zoe.
Rachel, I'm your mom, aren't I?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Rachel's confession made it clear that she was my daughter, Zoe. Zoe, come with me. Without even stopping to ask questions, I grabbed Zoe's hand and rushed out of the mansion.
You kidnapped Rachel, didn't you? Give me back her.
The woman screamed at me as soon as I turned back to look at her. But if anyone had the right to yell, it was me. You really have the nerve to say that? You're the one committing a crime here, not me.
Amy, I'm home. Wait. What? Olivia.
It was her husband, Jacob, returning home. So you're alive after all, Jacob. His face turned pale in an instant. My name is Olivia Woods. I'm a 33-year-old stay-at-home mom. I live with my husband, Jacob, a business owner, and our 5-year-old daughter, Zoe. When I met Jacob through a mutual friend, he was still just a regular office worker. But after we started dating, I learned he dreamed of starting his own business. Jacob worked tirelessly to make that dream come true, studying day and night.
One day, I'll be a CEO. And when that happens, I'd love for you to be by my side, Olivia.
I wanted to support the man who smiled at me so confidently, so we got married. A few years later, our daughter Zoe was born, and Jacob has achieved his dream and was a CEO. Due to his jobs, Jacob was a busy man, so he left early in the morning and came home late. So naturally, I took care of everything at home. Sure, it wasn't always easy, but Zoe was a sweet kid, Jacob's business was thriving, and I was happy with our life. But lately, something had been bothering me. Jacob had been acting distant toward us.
Daddy, let's play together.
Daddy's busy right now. Go play somewhere else.
Even when Zoe tried to talk to him, he brushed her off without a second thought. At dinner, instead of spending time with us, he just kept staring at his phone. He wouldn't even look at me or Zoe. I knew he was busy with work. But it's strange that he would be cold even to Zoe. Hey, can you please spend more time with Zoe? I pleaded with him to make more time for our family. That's when Jacob finally lifted his gaze from his phone.
Are you trying to boss me around now?
No, that's not what I want.
I'm busy with my work. Just let me relax when I'm home. Oh, but I guess a stay-at-home mom like you wouldn't understand.
He smirked as he said it, the corners of his mouth curling up. Maybe he looked down on me because I was a stay-at-home mom. His attitude irritated me. The reason I became a stay-at-home mom is because Jacob asked me. I'm not good at housework and I want to focus on my job. So, I want you to quit your job and stay home, Olivia. I only stopped working because you asked me to. And now you're talking to me like this.
Just shut up already. Look, I don't have time to play with Zoe, and I sure as hell don't have time to argue with you.
With that, Jacob shut himself in his room, as if the conversation was over. No matter how stressed he was from work, that didn't give him the right to take it out on his family. Especially Zoe was only 5 years old and just wanted to play with her dad. I couldn't keep up with Jacob's sudden change in behavior, and for a while, I felt really down. Still, I had a household to run. Despite my mixed emotions, I did housework for Zoe's Saki and Jacob's. But no matter how much effort I put in, Jacob's attitude never changed.
I'm home. Hey, Olivia, hurry up and heat up my dinner.
Even though Zoe was already asleep, Jacob barked orders at me in a loud voice. Keep it down. You're gonna wake Zoe up.
Who cares? I'm starving. Just hurry up and do it.
His behavior kept getting worse, and eventually he even started calling me a bum. I'd put up with a lot, but this was too much. I couldn't stay silent anymore. Enough already. Who do you think cooks your meals and does your laundry? Do you think it feels good to be called a bum? I confronted Jacob when Zoe wasn't around. I didn't want her to see us fighting like this. I had held back for so long, but I had finally reached my limit. But when I raised my voice, Jacob just scoffed.
Why do you think you can act all high and mighty? This house and the money are all mine, right?
Even if that's true. Just because he was the one earning money didn't mean he had the right to treat me like I was beneath him. All I wanted was for him to change his attitude. But apparently, even the fact that I stood up to him was unacceptable.
You know what? If you don't like it, get out of my house. Right now.
What?
If you want to stay, then shut up and do as I say.
Instead of reflecting on his actions, Jacob started treating me even more harshly from that day on. Any attempt to talk things out just made our marriage deteriorate even more. I knew things couldn't go on like this, so I decided to talk to his parents. Unlike Jacob, his parents were always kind. I hoped they could give me some advice on how to fix things. When I explained everything.
What? Jacob did that.
That's completely unacceptable. I feel sorry for Olivia and Zoe.
His parents, John and Kate, were furious. Then they immediately summoned Jacob to their home and began scolding him. Even Jacob couldn't argue back against his parents.
I'm sorry, Olivia. I went too far.
In the end, he apologized to me. I was beyond grateful to his parents for stepping in and helping. For their sake, I decided to forgive Jacob and went home that night. But the only reason he apologized was because his parents were there.
What the hell, Olivia? Would you snitch to my parents? You're just a damn bum. You don't even have the right to complain.
The moment Jacob arrived home, he started insulting me just like before. It was clear he hadn't reflected on anything at all. No matter how much housework I did, he just kept calling me a bum. And I could tell Zoe was starting to pick up on the tension between us.
Mommy, are you okay?
Lately, Zoe had been looking at me with a sad expression, worried about me more and more. This wasn't good for her or for me. Tired of being constantly criticized, I started considering divorce. Jacob seemed to want a divorce too, as he once casually handed me divorce papers saying, "If you've got complaints, just sign it." We both probably knew that separating would be best for us and for Zoe. And yet, I couldn't bring myself to make the final decision. Then one day, out of nowhere, Jacob suddenly said, "How about a family camping trip this weekend?" His unexpected proposal surprised me. What? Camping?
I finally realized I've been so caught up in work that I've been neglecting my family. And calling you a bum. That was completely out of line. I know you've been taking care of everything for us, Olivia. So, as a small way of making it up to you, I thought we could take a break together.
Jacob said with an apologetic expression. I was genuinely happy that he had finally reflected on his behavior. As long as you understand, that's all that matters. If this was his way of apologizing, I was willing to accept it. Besides, it had been at least a year or two since we last went on a family trip. Zoe is going to be so excited when she hears about this. Let's do it.
Really? Thanks.
And so, we planned our family camping trip. But when we arrived at the campsite Jacob had chosen, it was completely deserted. It was deep in the mountains, and there wasn't a single person in sight, not even other campers. Is this really okay? There's no one here, and we don't even have cell service. I couldn't shake my uneasiness and asked Jacob. He flashed a grin and casually replied, "It's fine. This is a hidden gem my friend told me about. It's rare to have the place all to ourselves, so be happy." Though I still couldn't shake my unease, I decided to make the most of the trip and fully enjoy the experience. The three of us worked together to set up our tent, and then we started preparing dinner.
I'll go collect some firewood.
While I cooked, Jacob went off to gather wood. Zoe was supposed to stay and help me with the cooking, but she seemed curious about collecting firewood. "I want to go with Daddy," Zoe insisted. Jacob refused multiple times, saying, "It's dangerous." But she wouldn't back down. In the end, she went with him into the forest. The strange incident happened about 30 minutes later. Suddenly, I heard a scream. No! That was Zoe's voice. There was no mistaking it. I rushed toward the voice. But when I pushed through the trees and emerged from the forest, I found myself standing before a cliff. The sight sent chills down my spine. Looking over the edge, I saw a steep drop-off leading to the ocean below. As I took in the scene, something unbelievable came into view. Caught in the branches growing from the cliff were one of Jacob's shoes and one of Zoe's shoes. No. No way. A terrible feeling crept up my spine, but the bottom of the cliff was too dark to see anything clearly. Frantically, I searched the forest for them, but they were nowhere to be found. I had to call the police. Giving up on searching by myself, I walked until I found a spot with cell service and called for help. The police arrived, but because of the strong waves and the late hour, they said it was too dangerous to search below the cliff that night. For several days, the search efforts continued desperately, but in the end, neither of them was found. The search was called off, and Jacob and Zoe never returned to me. Why, Jacob? Why, Zoe? For someone like me, who lost my parents at a young age, my only family was Jacob and Zoe. The shock of losing my beloved family was too much to bear, and I shut myself away for a while. I remember Jacob's parents being devastated as well, unable to cope with the loss of both their son and granddaughter at the same time. But our tragedy didn't end there. After Jacob's death, we discovered his company was drowning in debt and on the verge of collapse. If things continued this way, his employees would be in serious trouble. After much discussion, Jacob's parents and I decided to sell the company. We thought it would be better for the person who worked with him to take over the company than us who had no experience. In the end, selling the company allowed the employees to keep their jobs without worry, which was a relief. But that wasn't the end of our problems. We also discovered that Jacob had a significant amount of personal debt. Of course, I could have renounced my inheritance and avoided paying off his debts. But I couldn't bear to give up the house where the three of us had lived together. So I chose to inherit everything. The debt was about $50,000. Since repaying the debt wasn't easy, I immediately started looking for a job and began working as a housekeeper, utilizing my experience as a stay-at-home mom. But life while repaying the debt was incredibly tough. Every month was a financial struggle. And no matter what I was doing, my mind kept drifting back to Jacob and Zoe. I knew I was getting mentally and physically exhausted. Then, 4 years passed. I finally managed to pay off Jacob's debt, and, while not wealthy, I was able to live a normal life. I still had a good relationship with Jacob's parents, and we met up regularly. After these 4 years, I had finally found a way to move forward. Then, one day, I was sent to a luxurious mansion for a housekeeping job. The client was, apparently, a family of 3. The previous housekeeper assigned to this mansion had taken a leave of absence due to illness, so I was filling in. Just looking at the house, it was clear they were wealthy. I was also advised by the previous person in charge to be careful not to be rude. With slightly trembling fingers, I hesitantly rang the doorbell. A woman, probably in her early 40s, opened the door. I introduced myself as a housekeeper and was invited inside. And then,
Mommy.
When I turned to the direction of the voice, there was my daughter, Zoe, who had passed away. I couldn't comprehend the situation and could only stand there in shock. Why is my lost Zoe here? If she had survived, she would be 9 years old now. And the girl standing there looked to be about 9 or 10. But more than anything, her face was exactly like Zoe's. I had looked at her photos countless times after she was gone. There was no way I could be mistaken. Tears welled up in my eyes as I looked at my daughter, who had grown taller than I remembered. Zoe, is that you? As if drawn by an invisible force, I stepped forward, reaching toward her. But before I could, the woman, my client, suddenly stepped between us and raised her voice.
Hey, what do you think you're doing? Were you about to touch my daughter?
I'm sorry. The woman's name was Amy Brown, and she was in her early 40s. Amy shot me a harsh glare before turning to Zoe.
Rachel, this woman is just the housekeeper. I'm your mom, remember? What are you thinking?
I'm sorry.
Apparently, her name was Rachel. When Amy scolded her, Rachel weakly apologized. Amy then took Rachel into another room.
My daughter is Rachel. Who the hell is Zoe? Do not touch her.
I'm terribly sorry. I must have mistaken her for someone else.
Well, whatever. Just do your job, okay?
With that, Amy disappeared into another room. I had made a huge mistake in a client's home, and I deeply regretted it. Trying to hug someone else's child. That was completely out of line. But Rachel looked so much like Zoe that I couldn't help myself. When Rachel saw me, she called me Mommy. What did that mean? Even after leaving the Brown house that day, I couldn't stop thinking about Rachel. If I could, I would want to meet Rachel once more. But my actions had angered Amy. She had even requested to have me replaced. That meant I would never get to see Rachel again, or so I thought. The Browns' place? Yeah, I can go. Apparently, Amy had fallen ill and urgently needed someone to cover for her housekeeping. And since I was the only one available, I was assigned to the job. Amy had reluctantly agreed to it, so I immediately headed to the Brown. Hello, I'm here for the housekeeping job.
I didn't have a choice but to call you this time. And listen, whatever you do, stay away from Rachel.
Amy glared at me sharply, emphasizing her warning. She was being extremely cautious. When I agreed, Amy muttered that she was going to sleep and ordered me not to enter her room, telling me to leave immediately after finishing the cleaning and cooking before disappearing into her bedroom. It seemed like Rachel had been ordered to stay away from me as well because she remained locked in her room. I wanted to talk to her, but it seemed impossible. I quickly finished cleaning and making dinner, preparing to leave. But just as I was about to go, Rachel suddenly stepped out of her room. "Oh, Rachel, what's wrong?" I asked gently, but she kept her head down. Then, in a small voice, she asked, "Can you put a band-aid on me?" It looked like she had cut her finger on some paper. I took a band-aid from my bag and carefully placed it on her finger. In the midst of it, I noticed some dust caught in Rachel's bangs as she kept her head down. "Hold still for a second, Rachel." I gently brushed off the dust from Rachel's hair, and in that moment, I caught a glimpse of her forehead. Wait, this scar. On Rachel's forehead was a small stitched-up scar. I was left speechless when I saw it. Zoe had the exact same scar in the exact same spot. It was a scar from when Zoe was little and had fallen. She had always been self-conscious about it and grew out her bangs to cover it. Memories flooded back and my vision blurred with tears. "Are you really Zoe, right?" The moment I spoke those words, Rachel's eyes filled with tears.
Mommy, it's really you, isn't it?
Rachel, no, Zoe, clung to my clothes with her small hands, holding on tightly. I wrapped my arms tightly around Zoe. I wanted to know why she was here, but more than that, I was just overwhelmed with joy that she was alive. Silently, making sure Amy wouldn't hear, we held each other tightly, savoring our reunion. But there was no time to dwell on this moment. "Zoe, come with me." Without stopping to ask questions, I grabbed Zoe's hand and led her out of the mansion. I couldn't leave her in a place like this. Zoe held onto my hand just as tightly, as if she had been waiting for this chance to escape. After leaving the mansion, I asked Zoe about what had happened, and I was left speechless. So that's what happened. After thinking it over, I decided to leave Zoe in the care of my trusted friend and head back to the mansion. When I arrived, Amy was in a full-blown panic, having just realized Zoe was gone.
You kidnapped Rachel, didn't you? This is a serious crime. Give me back her.
The moment she saw me, she started screaming. But if anyone had the right to yell, it was me. "You have the nerve to accuse me of kidnapping? You're the real criminal here."
No.
As I stood my ground, Amy's confidence wavered. I could see the panic in her eyes. I was about to confront Amy.
Amy, I'm home. Wait, what? Olivia?
Amy's husband had returned. The moment his eyes landed on me, they went wide in shock. So, you really were alive after all, Jacob.
Oh no, I mean.
Amy's husband was Jacob. His face went completely pale. Whether she realized the truth or not, Amy panicked and kept insisting, "Kevin, this woman kidnapped Rachel. Do something now." According to Zoe, Kevin was Jacob's alias. And Rachel, that was Zoe's fake name. I stood there, quietly listening to their exchange.
Why is Olivia even here in the first place? Amy, explain this.
She's the housekeeper. I hired her for cleaning.
Is she a housekeeper?
The moment he heard those words, Jacob's face twisted in shock.
She's my ex-wife, Rachel's real mother, and you let her into our house.
Jacob exploded in anger, yelling at Amy. But Amy wasn't about to back down.
What are you talking about? You're the one who never wanted to talk about your ex-wife. I didn't even know her name or what she looked like.
Even so, if Olivia found out, this could be bad.
Jacob clutched his head, seemingly realizing his own fault after hearing Amy's words. It seems that Amy didn't know I was Jacob's wife. But the moment Zoe called me Mommy, she had gotten a bad feeling.
I knew I had to be careful about you and Rachel interacting. That's why I specifically had the housekeeper changed.
Amy bit her lip in frustration.
I can't believe you took Rachel. Are you out of your mind?
Is it true? Did you take Rachel?
Jacob jumped in, raising his voice at me as well. I couldn't hold back my anger at his attitude. You have some nerve blaming me. Jacob, you lied to me. You faked your death, made it look like you fell off that cliff, and you could go on living like this?
Well.
As I stepped toward Jacob, he averted his gaze, clearly flustered. He had been too focused on Zoe being taken that he hadn't even considered the fact that his survival had been exposed. He fell silent, losing his previous vigor. So, your silence means you're admitting to deceiving me? I was about to press him further when Amy suddenly jumped in.
Wait, you've got it all wrong. He's not Jacob. He's my husband, Kevin.
I couldn't help but laugh. It's too late. There was no way he could pretend to be someone else now. Kevin Brown, that's just an alias, isn't it? When I called him by that name, Jacob dropped his shoulders.
So, you figured it all out.
Of course. I took out the documents I had from my bag and showed them to the two of them. In reality, I had been secretly investigating Kevin Brown, Amy, and Rachel for some time. Truthfully, investigating a client was against company policy. But in this case, I was looking into my husband and daughter. As a result, I'll just say that I also discovered Amy's connection through my husband. Amy was apparently from a wealthy family and had been living in this mansion for about 10 years. Then, a few years ago, Kevin started living here with Rachel. Kevin had told everyone that Rachel was his daughter from a previous marriage, explaining, "Rachel has always been shy and doesn't talk much." But Zoe wasn't shy. On the contrary, she loved talking to people and would eagerly strike up conversations even with strangers. Jacob had likely warned Zoe behind the scenes, telling her, "Don't say anything unnecessary." I also heard that Rachel didn't go to school and had been shut away at home the whole time. According to Zoe, Jacob had told her, "You are not allowed to go outside alone." In other words, she had been forbidden from going outside. "I know you kept Zoe locked up to prevent the truth from coming out." At those words, Jacob flinched.
You know that much.
"Oh, and I also know about your fake ID. That's how you managed to live like this, right?" There was only one person here who could have arranged something like that. "Amy, you were the one who got those fake ID, weren't you?"
No, I was.
"I know you and Jacob were having an affair. You got this ID to live together, didn't you?" Through my investigation, I discovered that Amy and Jacob had known each other for years. Amy was particularly fond of Jacob and even helped him when his business started to fail. In addition, according to his employees, I even heard that they saw that Amy and Jacob were in frequent contact. "So, you were having an affair this whole time. And instead of divorcing me, you faked your death so you could be with your mistress." Amy bit her lip, refusing to say a word. Jacob stayed silent as well. "So," I asked again, "why go through all this trouble instead of just divorcing me?" Jacob then shouted, "I was going to divorce you, but Olivia was the one who refused." It's true that Jacob once showed me divorce papers. But at the time, I couldn't decide, so I told him, "I need time to think." Back then, I wasn't sure if getting a divorce was the right decision for Zoe. But if you were cheating, that changes everything. Why didn't you just tell me, "I have someone else, I want a divorce"?
Are you kidding? If I admitted to cheating, I'd have to pay you alimony.
Jacob had wanted to keep his affair a secret and divorce me without any trouble. But after I refused the divorce, Jacob complained to Amy, saying, "My wife is whining about not wanting to get divorced."
When I heard Jacob's story, I couldn't stand his wife. I wanted him for myself right away, so I suggested making fake ID.
She spoke as if it was nothing, but this was a serious crime. I was so stunned, I couldn't even respond. Jacob, now emboldened by Amy, spoke up too.
My business was failing, and I was done with everything. I didn't want my company or Olivia anymore. So, I decided to start over.
Unbelievable. Jacob, who once dreamed of starting his own business, is no longer with me. He had worked so hard to build his company, and just because things didn't go well, he threw it all away? Do you even realize how devastated your employees were when they thought you had died? So many of them were terrified about their future without you. You played with people's lives just because it was convenient for you?
But the company got sold, and things worked out, right? So, no problem.
He laughed, completely unfazed. I could feel my entire body shaking with rage. One more thing. Why did you take Zoe? Do you have any idea how much I suffered these past 4 years? At this point, I didn't care about Jacob's betrayal. But I would never forgive him for taking my daughter. Then he spoke with annoyance.
I wasn't planning on taking her, but she kept whining about wanting to come collect firewood with me. I couldn't refuse and didn't want to raise suspicion.
So, you just took her? Jacob's original plan was to make it look like he had fallen off a cliff while collecting firewood, fake his death, and escape with Amy. But it was a miscalculation that Zoe followed him.
If I had left her in the woods or by the cliff, she would have figured out I was alive. So, I had no choice but to take her with me.
She was nothing but a burden to me. Kevin and I were supposed to live alone. So maybe this is the perfect opportunity. I'll give your daughter back to you.
Yeah, Olivia already knows everything now. No point in keeping Rachel.
After that, Jacob and Amy began living together with Zoe, but it seemed neither of them truly cared for her. I could feel my anger boiling over again. Zoe had been locked inside this house, treated coldly by a woman she didn't know. Even her own father, Jacob, had been cruel to her. For 4 years, she had endured so much pain. I will never forgive the two of them for hurting my precious daughter. I'm reporting this to the police. I glared at both of them and declared my intent. But instead of looking worried, they just smirked.
Go ahead and say whatever you want, but it's pointless. Our ideas are so convincing that even the police wouldn't doubt them. No one's going to believe they're fake.
In what? You think a kid's testimony will hold up? The cops will just brush it off as a child's imagination.
They were confident they wouldn't get caught. But they were underestimating me. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a voice recorder. Too bad for you. I've recorded everything we've talked about. With this, you won't be able to deny a thing. And I've gathered plenty of other evidence. The police will love this. The moment I said that, the two of them rushed toward me with incredible force.
Give me that recorder. Now.
You never said you were recording.
I immediately turned on my heel to escape the mansion, but the two of them, with terrifying expressions, chased after me, trying to snatch it away. Then, at that moment,
Jacob, so you really are alive.
Wait, Dad, Mom?
Jacob's parents stood in front of the mansion. Jacob froze, and Amy seemed confused, unable to grasp the situation. Seeing their stunned faces, I couldn't help but smirk. Before I left Zoe with my friend, I had taken her to see Jacob's parents. The moment they laid eyes on her, they burst into tears. Zoe also cried as she reunited with them after all these years.
I can't believe Zoe is alive. This is the happiest moment of my life.
Olivia, what's going on? And what about Jacob? Could he still be alive too?
Jacob's parents, hoping he was still alive, had their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Though it was difficult to say, I explained everything. As they listened, their faces gradually turned red with rage.
Olivia, is this true? Jacob had an affair, and he faked his death while taking Zoe.
I can't believe our son would do something so horrible. Olivia, we are so sorry.
Please, don't apologize. Jacob is the only one to blame for this. After explaining the situation, I told them I was heading back to the mansion to report Jacob and Amy to the police. Hearing this, his parents immediately stood up.
We're not letting you go alone. I'm coming with you.
Me too. I have plenty to say to that disgrace of my son.
Jacob's parents insisted on coming to the mansion with me. That's why I had brought them along.
No way. You brought my parents.
Jacob muttered, his face turning ghostly pale. It seemed he had assumed that, after all these years, I had lost contact with them. Amy, seemingly shocked by the appearance of Jacob's parents, fell silent.
Do you have any idea what Olivia and Zoe have been through because of you? You put them through so much suffering with your selfish choices.
I didn't raise you to be like this. You are no longer my son. From this day forward, we cut all ties with you. Never show your face to us, Olivia or Zoe again. That's the only reason we came here.
Jacob, under the harsh scolding from his parents, slowly started to tear up.
Wait, but I'm alive. Shouldn't you be happy about that?
You're not our son anymore.
Desperate, Jacob tried to beg for their forgiveness, crying as he reached for them. But their anger was far beyond something an apology could fix. Then, their rage turned to Amy.
You only cared about yourself. This is a serious crime.
Jacob and Amy had been acting confident until now, but realizing they were outnumbered 2-3, their demeanor quickly turned weak. I left them to Jacob's parents and used the opportunity to call the police. After the police arrived, Jacob and Amy resisted for a while. But realizing they couldn't escape, they were eventually taken into custody. We silently watched as they were taken away.
This is the worst. I was finally going to be happy with Amy.
This wasn't supposed to happen. Why?
They sobbed, their shoulders shaking. But it was too late for regrets. For the first time in years, I felt a deep sense of relief. After that, Jacob and Amy were officially charged with forgery and the use of forged documents. In the end, the case escalated into a major investigation that uncovered the organization Amy had used for the forged ID, landing both of them in the newspapers. In a way, they had become infamous. Jacob was also charged with kidnapping Zoe. I want them to face the full consequences for the pain they inflicted on Zoe. That is what I hope for. With everything settled, I officially divorced Jacob. Amy was ordered to pay me damages, and Jacob was forced to pay both damages and child support. At first, Jacob protested, "I don't have any money to give you," but that excuse didn't work. I had undeniable proof that he had been cheating for 4 years. He faked his death and lived with his mistress. There was no denying it. In the end, Jacob had no choice but to accept the payments for both damages and child support. Amy had come from a wealthy family, but all of her money had been inherited from her parents. After starting to live with Jacob, Amy indulged in a lavish lifestyle at his urging, spending excessively until her savings were completely depleted. But at this point, she didn't even have the energy to argue and simply complied with the settlement. Through their lawyers, both Jacob and Amy made lump sum payments from what little savings they had left. Now, both of them are behind bars. They won't be getting out for several years. I hope they take that time to truly reflect on everything they've done. As for me, I am finally living in peace with Zoe.
Mom, can we sleep together tonight?
For the past few months, Zoe had been clinging to me, as if trying to make up for the 4 years we were apart. Of course, I was happy, but her actions revealed the depth of the emotional scars she carried. Whenever I sensed that pain, I would hold her tightly, doing my best to reassure her. Jacob's parents also worried about Zoe and visited frequently. Together, we poured all our love into her, trying to make up for the lost time. Slowly but surely, Zoe was beginning to look forward.
Mom, I think I want to start school tomorrow.
Really? Are you sure you're ready? You don't have to rush. For 4 years, Zoe hadn't been able to attend kindergarten or elementary school. I had always told her she could take her time. But now, she had found the desire to make her friends on her own. And as her mother, I wanted to support her. Mom, Grandpa, and Grandma will always be on your side.
Thank you.
I wanted to love Zoe so much that the past would no longer matter and cherish every moment of her growth.
That wife of mine, I wish she'd just hurry up and die.
That was what my husband said one night when I came home late from working overtime. Thinking that my husband and daughter were already asleep, I quietly entered the house from the front door. But the two of them were still awake, chatting and laughing in the living room. Since they hadn't noticed my return, they spoke loudly enough for me to hear them from the entryway.
I wish she'd never come back home for the rest of her life.
I had been working hard, believing it was for my family's sake. But at that moment, I wondered what I'd been trying so hard for. My eyes welled up with tears. But their conversation continued. Did they not care when I would come home or where I was at that moment? All I could hear was them bad-mouthing me. Not once did they say something like, "She works so hard for us." Not a single word of appreciation. I felt torn between wanting to listen and not wanting to hear another word. Yet I found myself eavesdropping on their conversation from the living room. But it was as if I was tightening a noose around my own neck. I couldn't understand why I was working overtime, why I was exhausting myself, and why, after coming home, I still had to do all the housework. I had heard before that when people are truly heartbroken, they can no longer cry. Now I realized that was true. I won't forgive this. My name is Lisa, and I'm 45 years old. I live with my husband, David, who is 3 years older than me, and our 17-year-old daughter, Emma. Both my husband and I work to support our family. Right now, especially, Emma is preparing for her college entrance exams, so I've been taking on extra overtime shifts. She wants to go to a private university, which costs more than double what a public one would. On top of our everyday expenses, we needed to save up for her tuition, which constantly put a strain on our finances. Even with that situation, Emma had a bad habit of overspending, which gave me endless headaches. She knew full well that we were working hard to cover her tuition, yet she kept begging David for money and buying whatever she wanted. David, for his part, spoiled her endlessly, giving her an allowance whenever she asked. I often argued with him over this because at this rate, we'd never save enough for tuition. I had hoped that Emma would at least understand our struggles, but even though she was aware, she couldn't stop her reckless spending. In our household, it had become me versus David and Emma. Since I only gave her a fixed allowance each month, she saw me as the enemy, while David, who always gave her money, was her ally. Then, one evening after a long day of overtime, I checked my watch and saw it was past 10 p.m. Maybe I had worked too much. I quietly opened the front door, being careful not to wake anyone in case they were already asleep. Softly I whispered, "I'm home," took off my shoes, and stepped inside. It seemed like David and Emma were still awake, as I could hear them chatting. But their conversation was so cruel that it felt like they were stabbing me right in the heart.
That wife of mine. I wish she'd just hurry up and die.
I wish she'd never come back home for the rest of her life.
David said that if I were gone, he'd get the insurance payout and could use it for Emma's tuition. And Emma, she said she didn't care as long as I kept working and making money. She even said I should just stay away forever. I had believed I was doing everything for my family, but what had it all been for? My eyes burned with unshed tears. But David and Emma kept talking. I was torn between wanting to know and not wanting to hear another word, but I continued listening from the hallway.
I wish I could remarry May.
The moment I heard that unfamiliar name, May, and the word remarry, my whole body tensed. David said her name so casually that it was clear Emma knew who she was.
I really like May. I totally support you marrying her, Dad.
I had already reached my limit when they talked about insurance money. But now hearing David openly talk about another woman pushed me beyond my breaking point. I had heard that when people are truly heartbroken, they can no longer cry. Now, I realized that was true. Despite all the pain I was feeling, I still wasn't crying. No matter how hard I worked for my family, Emma's spending habits never changed. They were fine with getting an insurance payout when I was gone. They were fine with me never coming home again. And now, to top it off, my husband was cheating on me. Without thinking, I grabbed my coat and walked out the door. At some point, I found myself on a main street. I raised my hand to stop a passing taxi. "It's a bit far," I said, giving the driver my parents' address. An hour later, we reached my childhood neighborhood. I paid the fare and stood in front of my parents' house. I had called them from the taxi, so they were expecting me. A warm light shone from the entryway. Could I explain everything to them properly? As I took a few steps forward, a deep sense of dread settled over me. I felt like I wanted to disappear into some faraway place where no one knew me. But before I could let that feeling consume me, the sliding door creaked open, and my petite mother rushed out and wrapped me in a tight hug.
You've been through so much, Lisa. You can stay here for as long as you need.
Ah, this warmth. It was my mother's warmth. Finally, tears spilled from my eyes. They fell in big, heavy drops, streaming down my face. Before long, my father stepped outside as well.
Lisa, you can stay here as long as you want. You need to rest. Take your time.
Mom, Dad, thank you. Thank you so much. I had never felt my parents' warmth so deeply before. At that moment, I knew I would never go back to that house again. David and Emma had no love for me at all. David even had the audacity to say he wanted a new wife. Fine, let them do whatever they want. Emma's college plans, David's affair, none of it mattered anymore. I cried my heart out in my mother's arms. The next morning, I called my company and asked for 3 days off. Technically, I could commute from my parents' house, but my eyes were so swollen from crying the night before that even pressing a cold towel against them wasn't helping. More than anything, I needed time to sort out my thoughts. Even though David and Emma were the way they were, I had spent nearly 20 years with them. Of course, I felt a sense of loss. As I lay in bed after making the call, my phone rang again. This time, it was David.
Lisa, where the hell are you? And what the hell are you doing? The kitchen sink is full of dirty dishes. The laundry's piling up. The floor's filthy. Everything is a mess.
He wasn't worried about me. He was just pissed that the housework wasn't getting done. As long as I took care of the chores, he was fine with wherever I was or what I was doing. But I wasn't their maid, not anymore. David, I have a request. I spoke calmly, making sure not to let my emotions get the better of me. I want a divorce.
For real? What a coincidence. I was thinking the same thing. Let's get it done.
David said he'd take the day off and told me to meet him at the courthouse at 11. Then he hung up. Not long after, I got another call. this time from my company. Apparently, the CEO of one of our clients urgently needed to talk to me. I jotted down the number on a notepad, tapped on it, and made the call. Then, with my puffy eyes, I went downstairs and told my parents, I'm going to get divorced.
Lisa, are you sure this is what you want?
My mom looked at me with concern. Yeah, luckily, David agrees, so I'm heading to the courthouse to file the paperwork.
Go ahead, Lisa. We respect your decision.
Thanks, Dad. I left the house and walked toward the station. It had been a long time since I had taken this route. The house where I had lived with David and Emma was about 10 subway stops away from here. The courthouse was near the same station. I rode the subway, lost in thought, and got off at the 10th stop. The exit I took led directly to the courthouse. It was in the opposite direction of the one I usually used when heading home. The courthouse was strangely bright inside. David, already there, waved at me enthusiastically, way too cheerful for the occasion.
Lisa, what a coincidence, huh? I wanted to divorce you, too.
You do realize that divorcing me means you won't be getting any insurance money, right?
Huh? What was that?
Nothing. Let's just get this over with. You can have custody of Emma.
Sure. Leave it to me.
It struck me how much effort goes into preparing for a wedding months in advance, yet a divorce could be done in an instant. And just like that, we were officially divorced. I reverted to my maiden name. I'll come by tomorrow or the day after to pick up my stuff. I'll return the apartment keys then. Is that okay? Yeah, sure, David said casually, and we both went our separate ways. 2 days later, on the last day of my 3-day leave, I went to the apartment where David and Emma lived. I had planned to come yesterday, but after the whole divorce ordeal, I was emotionally drained and just couldn't bring myself to do it. I timed my visit for when no one should be home, yet oddly the apartment door wasn't locked. I didn't want to run into anyone, but of course, at moments like this, luck was never on my side. With a heavy sigh, I pushed the door open, and there they were. David and Emma stood at the entrance, glaring at me.
Lisa, because of you, May dumped me. What the hell are you gonna do about it?
The first time I ever heard May's name was that night I left and went back to my parents' house. And actually, I had already heard her name again, directly from May herself. Just as Emma was about to back David up, a voice interrupted. "Excuse me." A woman in a navy blue business suit stepped into the room, exuding the aura of someone who meant business. May? 2 days ago, May had called me. She had originally called my company, but when she found out I was on leave, she asked to be connected with me directly. May was the CEO of one of the companies I was working with on a project. She was also a business partner of David's company, and as it turned out, Emma worked part-time at May's company. In other words, all three of us, David, Emma, and I, were connected through May.
Lisa, as I told you on the phone before, there was never anything between David and me. He's been pursuing me one-sidedly, and quite frankly, I find it annoying.
We're divorced now, so whatever happens between you two is none of my concern.
Oh, you're already divorced?
May had called me right before the divorce was finalized, and even then, she had told me that David was just making advances at her, and that nothing was actually going on. Yes, I filed the paperwork just a few hours after we spoke, so you don't have to worry about me anymore. I sighed as I spoke, and May let out a sigh of her own. The brief silence that followed was shattered by David's furious outburst.
May, you backstabbed me and ratted me out to Lisa, didn't you? Lisa and I are already divorced, so there was no reason to go blabbing to her anymore.
David was livid. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging in his forehead. Honestly, he looked terrifying. If May hadn't been there, I might have bolted from the scene. May, realizing the situation was serious, squared her shoulders and raised her voice.
What do you mean, backstab? There was never anything between us to begin with.
So it was true that David had been deluding himself the whole time. When May had told me over the phone, I had my doubts. But seeing her come here and say it to his face made everything crystal clear. May continued speaking.
This morning, I called David's company and reported your behavior as harassment. You've already been removed from the project with my company. Depending on how you act moving forward, I'm prepared to cut off business with your company altogether. Just so you know.
At that, David collapsed to his knees.
What? May.
Don't call me by my first name so casually.
Then, as if trying to salvage David's reputation, Emma spoke up.
May, you'll at least acknowledge my work, right? If I do well, you'll raise my hourly wage, won't you?
If that's what you want, then first, watch how you speak. Even as a student, when you're working, you need to use respectful language with your superiors. Being overly familiar and being friendly are two completely different things. If you don't correct your attitude, I will fire you on the spot.
Hearing May's stern words, Emma also dropped to her knees. Both David and Emma seemed completely shocked that nothing was going their way. May, what you just told David and Emma, was all of that true?
Of course. As I told you over the phone, I have absolutely no romantic feelings for David. By the way, why are you still standing in the doorway? Do you still have business here?
From May's perspective, it must have seemed strange for an ex-wife to still be in her former husband's house. I explained that I had only come to pick up my belongings.
Then he'll stay here and keep an eye on things. Go grab your stuff quickly.
After witnessing David and Emma's earlier outbursts, May must have realized that leaving them unsupervised could be risky. She offered to stand guard for a little while, figuring she could handle it. Grateful for her offer, I quickly gathered my important belongings from the bedroom and living room, stuffed them into my bag, and rushed back to the entryway. David and Emma were still sitting there in shock, while May stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the shoe cabinet. Thanks for waiting, May.
All right, let's go.
May had driven to the apartment and offered to drop me off at the station.
If you don't mind, could you tell me what happened?
On the way, May asked, so I started talking, little by little, about everything that had happened. Of course, I admitted that at one point, I had believed David was having an affair with her. But after our phone conversation and what had happened today, I knew it had all been David's delusion. I also apologized for Emma's behavior. I knew she worked part-time at May's company, but I had no idea she had been so disrespectful to her boss.
You don't have to apologize so much, Lisa.
May's tone wasn't scolding. It was more like she was gently reassuring me.
I'm single, so I don't really understand marriage or kids. But if you weren't happy being around those two, then staying with them was just a waste of time.
She had a point. I had spent years sacrificing my own happiness for my husband and daughter, only for them to talk behind my back about how my life insurance could cover tuition, or how they'd rather I never come home. No wonder I wanted to just give up. You're an interesting person, May.
Oh, you think so? Well, since we've met, let's exchange numbers.
May dropped me off at the station saying, "Call me if anything happens," before driving off. A few weeks passed. Right after the divorce, I had been in a bit of a daze. But living at my parents' house, not having to worry about chores, and no longer staying late at work, had gradually brought life back to my face.
I'm so glad, Lisa. You finally look like yourself again.
My mom said this as I finished my homemade breakfast. She even packed me a lunch before I left the house. My commute was now twice as long as before, an hour from my parents' house instead of 30 minutes from my old apartment. But not having to cook made life much easier. Since then, I hadn't seen May. Every time I tried calling, she didn't pick up. She was probably busy. Maybe it'd have better luck reaching her on the weekend. With that thought, I headed home. But when I got there, I was greeted by an unexpected sight. David and Emma were waiting for me. And before I could ask why they were there, they spoke in unison. "Please, come back home." I decided to hear them out one by one. First, David. Even though May had clearly rejected him, he had continued obsessively clinging to her.
May is my woman. What's wrong with me sticking around her?
That was his reasoning. If May were here right now, she'd probably strike him with lightning. Where was he even getting the idea that she was his woman? It was all in his head. To May, he was nothing but a nuisance. Honestly, I almost felt bad for how deluded he was.
But then, because of May's scheme, I was removed from my project. And after that, I got demoted at work.
I had already known from May that he had been taken off the project, but I hadn't heard about his demotion.
Ever since I got demoted, I started hating everyone around me. All these guys bragging about their new marriages, grinning like idiots when they got praised at work. I couldn't stand them. So I got back at every single one of them.
Got back at them? That almost made it sound impressive. But in reality, wasn't that just workplace harassment? And then, his next words left me speechless.
And because of that, I got fired.
Fired? Companies don't just fire employees on a whim. Unless a company is struggling financially, which David's wasn't, getting fired meant he must have gone way over the line. He must have taken his harassment too far.
May dumped me. My company abandoned me. Lisa, you're the only one I have left. Please, let's get back together.
Did he think I was some kind of last resort safety net? Well, at least I understood his situation now. Next, I turned to Emma. "Emma, why are you here?" My tone was sharper than usual. I could already tell from her expression that she had messed up. Whenever Emma was about to admit something bad, her eyes darted side to side. Right now, she was doing exactly that.
Oh, Mom. I called May Mom at work and my bosses got mad at me.
Of course, they did. If David had actually married May, calling her Mum wouldn't have been weird. But May was single. It was only natural that people would question an employee suddenly calling the company president Mom.
And I followed May around asking if I could call her Mom.
Naturally, May refused, and since Emma had been neglecting her actual work to chase after May, she had been fired as well. It also turned out that Emma had been going around school bragging about getting a rich new mom, only for everyone to find out it was a lie. As a result, her friends started distancing themselves from her. Because of that, she was struggling to focus on her studies, and her chances of getting into her first choice college had been rock bottom. And lastly, since David was now unemployed, even if she did get accepted, there was no way to pay for tuition. I took a step back and looked at the two of them in turn. What they did to May was essentially the same thing. David had clung to her, screaming, "She's my woman." Emma had done the same, yelling, "She's my mom," and both of them had been fired for it. It made me realize just how powerful genetics could be.
Please, Lisa, give me another chance.
Mom, I'm begging you. Come back. Let's live together again.
David and Emma both bowed their heads to me at the same time. But I knew the truth. They didn't actually want me. They just needed me as their maid and as their wallet. Sorry, but I don't see myself going back to you two.
Why not?
David immediately snapped back. "Am not a maid. Am not a wallet. Am a person with my own will, and right now, my will isn't directed at you two. I want to put myself first for once."
You're telling me that in just a few weeks, you've already forgotten about the life we had together? We lived together for nearly 20 years. And you're saying you forgot all of that in no time.
David's face twisted with anger, veins popping in his forehead. This was bad. Whenever he got like this, I always ended up giving in out of fear. Last time, May had been there to help me. But today, there was no one. Would I have to nod along and go back to that apartment, spending my life as their servant again?
Lisa?
David barked my name, but before I could react, the front door slid open, and my father stepped out.
That's enough. David, Emma, you two are trying to force your selfish demands onto Lisa, aren't you?
As soon as my father stepped out, Emma exclaimed, "Oh, Grandpa," and ran toward him. She probably thought he would spoil her just because she was his granddaughter. Then my mother stepped out, following my father.
Grandma, it's been so long. Starting today, I'll be staying with you.
I furrowed my brows. Was Emma actually going to live with us? She was still my daughter, and it wasn't like I didn't love her, but she was so much like David that sometimes she honestly scared me. I had always told myself that as her mother, I had to stay strong. But now I wasn't sure if I could keep convincing myself of that. Then my mother whispered something into my father's ear.
What?
My father turned to look at me, staring intently at my face. Then, as if coming to a decision, he nodded and said, "All right." He walked over to the garage and started the engine of his white sedan.
All three of you, get in.
My father took the driver's seat. My mother sat in the passenger seat. And in the back, David, Emma, and I sat together. Where were we going? Was he taking us back to the apartment? My body tensed at the thought. But the car passed the apartment building without stopping and kept going. Then I realized this was the road leading to David's parents' house. David must have realized it too, because he started pleading with my parents.
Please, pull over. My parents are strict. If they find out I got fired, They'll kill me.
Yeah, I also don't like them.
But my father wasn't listening. He just kept driving. Eventually, we arrived at David's childhood home.
All right, get out, all three of you. Have you told them about the divorce?
No, not yet. Actually, could we turn around and go back to my apartment instead?
Not happening. Your twisted way of thinking needs to be straightened out, and they're going to make sure of it.
Hold on. I'm your real grandchild. Shouldn't I get to stay with you instead?
Emma, if anything, you're the one who needs some discipline the most. You'll be staying here and getting straightened out too. Understood?
Emma's face twisted in pure misery, and her eyes welled up with tears. But honestly, I felt the same way. I couldn't live with David anymore, and I couldn't live with Emma either. Then, my mother gently took my hand.
It's okay, Lisa. You don't have to do anything you don't want to.
I nearly cried. When we had left the house, she had whispered to my father, "Lisa doesn't want to live with Emma." Even without words, my parents understood me. They were my safe place. Not long after, the noise outside must have caught someone's attention because David's parents stepped out into the yard.
David, Emma, Lisa, and Lisa's parents too. What on earth is going on?
David's father asked, and my father calmly explained everything. How David had caused an unbelievable amount of trouble and gotten himself fired. How Emma had been causing issues at work and had also been fired. And how Emma had even ruined her relationships at school, which was now affecting her college entrance exams.
You mean you got divorced? Why didn't you tell us anything? I've always told you to handle things properly.
David's father had always been a strict man. That was exactly why Emma wanted to stay with my parents, and why David would rather beg me to take him back than deal with his own family.
Lisa, I'm sorry. As David's father, I deeply regret everything you had to go through.
No, I should be the one apologizing. I apologized deeply to both of David's parents. I had never disliked them, and that was why, despite everything, I felt a little sad saying goodbye.
Mom, are you really leaving me?
As I got into my parents' car, Emma shouted, "Yes, you'll be staying with your grandparents and focusing on your studies." That was all I said before turning my back on David and Emma, getting into the back seat of the white sedan. Soon, the car pulled away. Not long after, May managed to carve out some time from her busy schedule to meet with me. We arranged to meet at a cafe located midway between our offices. I ordered a royal milk tea and a strawberry shortcake, while May got a cafe latte and a fruit tart. We carried our trays to a table and sat down. "I heard that David and Emma caused you a lot of trouble. I'm so sorry." That was the first thing I said to May.
Oh, Lisa, this isn't your fault. Think of today as just a casual meetup with a friend. I do have something to update you on, but let's not dwell too much on David and Emma, okay?
That makes me feel a lot better. Thank you. We peeled the plastic wrap off our cakes and took a bite. The sweetness seeped into my tired brain, bringing a sense of relief.
First, about David. He got a job at a small company thanks to his parents' connections. It's close to their house, but since it's such a tiny company, there's no chance of him climbing the corporate ladder.
I could already picture him working with zero motivation. David had always wanted to advance in his career. At his last job, before he was fired, he had a decent title. That said, I never really knew how well he was actually performing at work. He never brought his work home, so I had never even heard him complain about it. When I told May this, she gave me a thoughtful look, as if digging through distant memories.
He wasn't particularly good or bad at his job. If he got promoted, people would say, "Oh, good for him." If he didn't, they just think, "Yeah, that makes sense."
So, basically, he was just an average employee. Then why did he start thinking of you as his woman?
I think it was because I defended him during a joint meeting. That's literally the only time we had any real interaction.
So, because David thought you were his, and he assumed he would eventually marry you, Emma started calling you Mom?
That sounds about right. I've never seen a father and daughter so deeply lost in their own delusions before. Lisa, I don't know how you put up with them for so long.
Since she asked, I decided to be honest with her. David and I were strangers to begin with. Once we divorced, that was it. I don't regret leaving him, but with Emma, I keep wondering if I could have done more for her. Emma didn't get into her first choice college after graduating high school. But she did get accepted into her second choice university, which was near David's parents' house, so she started commuting there.
Her grandparents are pretty strict, aren't they?
Yeah, very.
Then they, along with society, will be the ones to shape her future. Don't be so hard on yourself. If you ever feel like seeing her, you can visit whenever you want.
May's words were comforting. I didn't have to force myself. I didn't have to rush. With that realization, I felt a deep sense of peace as I enjoyed my tea with May. Not long after that, the project May and I had been working on turned out to be a huge success. I had never been on a leadership track before, but because of this project's success, I was suddenly on the fast track to a promotion. I'm not sure I'm cut out for this, I admitted over the phone, my voice tinged with uncertainty, but May immediately reassured me.
You'll be fine, Lisa. You're meticulous in your work, and you're easy to collaborate with. Have more confidence in yourself.
David and Emma had brought May into my life in the most bizarre way, but now we had become real friends. I wanted to cherish this connection and continue building a fulfilling life, both in my career and personal life.